Mr. Kirk, please record.
I have a quorum present, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Are there any corrections for the journal?
I have no corrections.
Thank you. Are there any messages, reports, or announcements?
I have 2 hearing notices from Health and Human Services Committee, both signed by Senator Arch. That's all that I have.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Members, Senator John McAllister would like to recognize Dr. Stephen M. Williams of Omaha, who is serving as our family physician of the day on behalf of the Nebraska Academy of Family Physicians. Dr. Williams, would you please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature? Mr. Clerk, we'll now proceed to the first item on the agenda.
Mr. President, 1012 was a bill introduced by the Speaker with the request of the Governor. It's a bill for an act relating to appropriations. It provides for transfers of funds. It creates funds. It changes provisionally the use of a fund. It eliminates provisions regarding state agency postage reimbursement. Bill was introduced on January 13, referred to the Appropriations Committee, advanced to general file. There are committee amendments pending, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Stinner, you're recognized to open on LB 1012.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the legislature, I first want to start by thanking a whole lot of people that are involved in putting together a very complicated budget and a budget process. It is formulated over a period of time, and I certainly want to thank the governor and his budget director and staff for putting together the recommendations. A lot of those recommendations, if not all, are incorporated in our budget. So I want to thank them for their very thoughtful and thorough approach. This year was a unique year, obviously, with the ARPA bills coming to fiscal as well as to the legislature. But I do want to recognize the fiscal office for all of their hard work. This was a record-setting year as it relates to bills in a short session. We had to cram a whole lot of stuff in, so thank you, fiscal office. I especially want to thank the fiscal office director, Tom Berquist, and I would like to recognize him. He is going to retire in September. He's announced that he's spent 46 years in service to the state of Nebraska. So Tom, we'd like to recognize you and your efforts. The next person I'd like to also recognize, who is, I think, going to retire, I don't know if she's announced it at the end of the calendar year, is Liz Ruska. Liz started in fiscal office 1982. So that's 40 years of service, of great service. And thank you, Liz. And I definitely want to thank the committee members for their participation. We had 2 budgets to turn out, both the mid-biennium budget, but also the ARPA budget. Lots of effort, lots of good, thoughtful process and diligent work. So I want to recognize them and thank them for their efforts. LB 1012 is the funds transfer bill. It contains provisions related to funds and transfers pursuant to the governor's recommendation for mid-biennium budget adjustments. Section 123 transfers $500,000 on April 30th, 2022, and $1 million on July 1st of 2022 from the general fund to the Community College State Dependence Fund and created the Community College State Dependence Fund. Section 4 creates the statewide Tourism and Recreational Water Access and Resource Stability Fund. Section 5 creates Perkins County Canal Project Fund. Section 6 amends the permitted uses of the United States Space Command Headquarters Assistance Fund to permit the fund to be used to contribute to the support and the profile of the Strategic Air Command and Offutt Air Force Base in Bellevue. Section 7 is the repealer. Section 8 outright repeals Section 81-167. Finally, the bill has an emergency clause. And with that, Mr. President, I'd like to request that we move to AM 2000.
Mr. Clerk, as you stated, there are amendments from the Appropriations Committee. Senator Stinner, as chair of the committee, you're recognized to open on the committee amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee amendment is AM 2000, becomes the bill. It incorporates provisions from the Appropriations Committee recommendations. Detail of the committee's recommendation can be found in your budget book, Appropriations Committee Budget Proposal Mid-Biennium Budget Adjustments, and you can refer to page 21 through 23. Section 1 to Section 3 transfers $500,000 on April 30th, 2022, and $1 million on July 1st, 2022 from general funds to the Community College State Dependence Fund and creates the Community College State Dependence Fund. Section 4 creates the Perkins County Canal Project Fund. The fund can be used for design, engineering, permitting, and options to purchase land related to building a canal as outlined by the South Platte River Compact and to contract with an independent firm for the purposes of completing a feasibility study of such canal. Section 5 creates the Military Base Development and Support Fund. The fund shall be used to contribute to the construction, development, or support on any military base located in Nebraska for the purpose of improving mission retention and recruitment, supporting morale, health, and mental wellness of military members and families, and growing the economic impact of military bases in the state of Nebraska. Section 6 creates the Trail Development and Maintenance Fund. The fund shall be used to provide grants to natural resource districts to assist in completing the Missouri Pacific, or MOPAC, Trail between the cities of Lincoln and Omaha. Section 7 creates the Job and Economic Development Initiative Fund. The fund shall be used for water and recreation projects pursuant to the Jobs and Economic Development Initiative Act. An amount not to exceed $20 million shall be available for the selection costs, feasibility, and public water supply studies, and the flood mitigation costs related to any projects pursuant to the Job and Economic Development Initiative Act. No funds shall be expended for any other project unless additional conditions are met. Section 7 creates the Water Recreation Enhancement Fund. The fund shall be used for water and recreation projects pursuant to the Water Recreation Enhancement Fund. Section 9 and 10 creates Surface Water Irrigation Infrastructure Fund, which shall be used to provide grants to irrigation districts and authorize the Department of Natural Resources to establish procedures and criteria for awarding grants for repair or construction of physical structures for irrigation projects. Section 11 amends the Healthcare Cash Fund statute to amend the transfer on July 15, 2022 to the fund from $51 million to $66.2 million, and to authorize the transfer of $15 million from the Healthcare Cash Fund to the University of Nebraska for pancreatic cancer research at the University of Nebraska Med Center. Such transfer is contingent upon certification of matching funds. Section 12, provision related to 211 Information and Referral Network to increase grants awarded amounts from $300,000 per year to $955,000 per year. Section 13 amends the Governor's Emergency Cash Fund to authorize transfers to the cash reserve into the general fund at the discretion of the legislature, and includes a transfer of $14 million to the cash reserve fund by June 30th, 2023. Section 14 and 16 amend provisions related to internship programs to redefine terms, expand eligibility, increase grants awarded amounts for internships, clarify eligible reimbursement expenses, require reporting, and provide for contracting of a not-for-profit entity to carry out the provisions. Sections 17 and 20 amend provisions related to the Site and Building Development Fund to allow initiatives that improve military installations to include a grant for establishment of the United States Strategic Command, Nuclear Command, Control, and Communications Public-Private Partnership facility, and to require matching funds for any such project. Section 21 and 224 amend provisions of the Business Innovation Act to define redevelopment areas, to require preferences for projects within the economic development areas, and to include innovation hubs within the scope of the act, to increase the annual amount of microloans from $2 million to $3 million, and to increase the maximum award amount for microloans from $100,000 to $150,000. Section 25 and 26 amend provisions of the Nebraska Rural Projects Act to specify that no less than $50 million of matching funds shall be paid to under the act, and more than $30 million out of the initial $50 million appropriated can be paid for one project. And if more than $50 million is appropriated, no one project can receive more than 60% of the amount appropriated in excess of $50 million. Section 7 amends the Cultural Preservation Endowment Fund to extend transfers of the general fund until 2030. This is a technical correction from 2021 enacted bill. Section 28 amends the Vocational and Life Skills Programming Fund to limit use of the fund to grants for certain entities, and to expand the list of priorities for the Department of Corrections in awarding such grants. There's also an annual transfer of $5 million from the Prison Overcrowding Contingency Fund for each of the next 3 years. Section 29 amends the Prison Overcrowding Contingency Fund to permit transfers to the Vocational and Life Skills Programming Fund. Section 30 amends provisions related to the State College Facilities Program to specify certain projects at Peru State College and Wayne State College pursuant to the program. Section 31 amends the Universal Service Fund to increase the annual transfer of $300,000 to $955,000 to the 211 Cash Fund beginning July 1st, 2022 for the purpose of the 211 Information and Referral Network grants. Section 32 is the repealer. Section 33 outright repeals Section 81-167. Section 34 is the emergency clause. The bill, as amended, came out of committee at a 9-0 vote. With that, I would ask for your green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Stinner. Mr. Clerk, there is an amendment to the committee amendment.
Mr. President, there is. The first is Senator Friesen. AM 2344 is what I have, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Friesen, you're recognized to open on your amendment to the committee amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I think this is what we've been waiting all session for. We get to talk about the money. Show me the money. I think when I looked at what we're doing this year, and it's a challenge because of the volume of dollars that we're working with. I'm having this feeling that we're not going to make the wisest of choices when we're forced to do this much in one session. So as a term limited senator, I'm more than happy to see some of the dollars carried over to next year where maybe a new body will make even better decisions than what we did, and they'll have a little time to work on it. So with that, I thought I'd kind of start things off with some sections that I at least feel personally that I'm not too supportive of, and this gives everybody an opportunity to talk about, I think, their portion of our spending bills that are out there. And so my first amendment is removes section 5, and that talks about the military base development and support. It goes into and we've heard them talk about it, the track and field, the outdoor amenity pavilion, parade ground, those types of things. So when I look at the needs out there, I guess this doesn't rise to the top of one of them. We have what we've always talked about, try to get rural Nebraska to grow. We've got North Omaha, we keep struggling to find a fix for, and not saying that I'm supportive of putting more money into that right now. I'm just saying that I think our priorities need to be maybe looked at a little closer. And so as we get a chance to talk about some of these sections that are in here, at least the ones that I'm concerned about, and others may have different concerns, I'm hoping that people get up and talk about why they support this over some other projects, or why they support this over tax relief, or what makes this project rise to the top of funding when there's so many other needs out there. So that's what this is. It's a simple amendment. It just strikes section 5 in the transfer portion. Obviously, the other budget bills have numerous amendments to them already, so it's kind of hard to jump the line there. So this is just an opportune time to start talking about some of the spending. And I guess in the overall picture of how we want to proceed forward when we have such high revenues in the state, and what we're going to do and what the citizens of the state expect us to do with it. If they want it spent in some projects, in my entire 8 years here, I don't think I've ever been in front of the Appropriations Committee. In my district, we have Aurora, which will, they like to do things the Aurora way. And I know they did get a rural housing grant, and they're putting it to good use, but they put a lot of money up themselves. But they in the past have been doing a lot of their economic development with their foundations and with leadership in the community. When there's a need there, when there was a need for a nursing home, a group of individuals got together and raised money and built a nursing home. Those are the types of things that happen in some of the communities out there that step up and do things themselves. And that's what we need more of, but sometimes they'll need help. And so that's why when we look at bills that we're introducing here, are we helping communities? Or are we facilitating more spending? Is it a priority that most of us feel that we should do? And I'm saying, I guess, that I feel that some of these don't rise to that level that I think they should be a priority. And if there's extra money left over, it can either be appropriated next year, or we can provide tax relief. Because I think our citizens are asking for that too. I'm looking forward to the discussion. I know these next couple of days are going to be kind of brutal, but I think that's why we're here. This is one of our main issues that we work with year in and year out is spending. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Debate is now open on the amendments and LB 1012. Senator Wishart, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. This is a pretty bittersweet day for me. It is the last budget I will get to work on with some of the, I call them top 5 people I've ever worked with in my life and known. I'm going to deeply miss Senator Hilkeman, Senator Coulterman, and Senator Stinner. And this is really the last time our entire Appropriations Committee is going to be together. And I can't thank everyone enough for being such a wonderful team to work with over the years. I rise in particular to this amendment in opposition. I do think that the funding for OFIT is a necessary appropriation, and so I will be supporting that. But I do appreciate Senator Friesen getting up and starting a dialogue about the budget. What we put before you, colleagues, is what our best thoughts were in terms of moving forward this year. And we welcome a healthy dialogue about what issues should be funded above and beyond the budget and what shouldn't. So I look forward to that. I do want to step back a moment and talk about the incredible leadership that I have gotten to witness in Chairman Stinner over the years of serving with him on the Appropriations Committee, and try to put a little perspective in how we got here today. When I came in as a freshman senator, our state was over $1 billion in the red. $1 billion deficit that our committee and then many people in this legislature helped lead this state out of without having to raise taxes on Nebraskans, without having to gut essential services. And then you fast forward to today, and we're one of the few states that was able to get through this pandemic without having revenue shortfalls, with having a healthy budget and building our cash reserve back up to $1.4 billion. Think about that, colleagues. Look at what's going on in the world and think about the fiscal posture that us as a state are leaving the future legislature in terms of a cash reserve. I was just reading this morning about fertilizer prices squeezing farmers. I don't see that changing in the near future. And for us to have a healthy savings account and to have built that back up from $200 million to $1.4 billion. And I want to add on top of that, that one of the #1 issues that I've heard this year and last year and the year before and the year before that and the year before that was property tax relief. And our committee and this legislature was able to lead our budget to be able to hold a level of property tax investment across the state that's unheard of for Nebraska. Billions of dollars going into property tax relief. And I want to remind you, we started with $1 billion revenue deficit. I am so honored to have worked with Chairman Stinner. Just absolutely honored. Chance of a lifetime to get to work with him. And so I hope when this body is looking at this budget and looking at the ARPA budget, that you take into account the level of leadership that has gotten us to today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wishart. Senator Arch, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have questions concerning the healthcare cash fund transfer, and if Senator Stinner would yield to a question.
Senator Stinner, would you yield?
Yes, I will.
I see, thank you. I see 2 references in section 11 of this bill to the healthcare cash fund transfer. One is 66.2 million, which I'm assuming is that normal transfer. Did you make any adjustments to the healthcare cash fund transfer items for this 66.2. It appears to be slightly higher than last year,
Yeah.
so I guess I'm,
Yeah, we adjusted the healthcare cash fund down last part of the or the first budget process from about 62 to about 52, 51, somewhere in that neighborhood. That's your base spend. That did not change. The only thing that we did change is have to bring up the disbursements level to the 66 to accommodate the 15. Interestingly, the corpus of the healthcare cash fund went from 450 some million dollars to 550 million. So we are not encroaching on the principal, and there is sufficient cash flow to support that one-time transfer. Has to be matched by the University of Nebraska Med Center.
sounds like it's time to sell at 550, right? Okay, so that's helpful. So in that 66 number is the 15 that's referenced in sub 7 of section 11. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for Senator Coulterman.
Senator Coulterman, would you yield?
Yes, I will.
Senator Coulterman, I know that this has been a project of yours for a number of years. And I guess the question is, first of all, from what Senator Stinner was saying, it requires a match from the university to receive. And so it's not a transfer of 15, it's a transfer as perhaps they've raised the match already. I don't know. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, several years ago, they established a Center of Excellence at the University Med Center for pancreatic cancer research. And I brought this bill originally 4 years ago. And what it says is, before the university would get any money towards this, they have to raise their $15 million. I believe they're probably over halfway there. And so it's $1, and that has to come from the private sector. That cannot be used money that they have in their budget.
So what you just said was they have to raise 100% of the 15 before we transfer the 15 then. It's not a dollar for dollar as they go along, but they have to hit the 15 mark.
No, I'm sorry. It is a dollar for dollar as they go along. So if they show us right now that they have $7 million raised, they could qualify for the $7 million towards their project.
Okay, and this is a one-time transfer, is that
One-time
correct?
transfer. I originally put the bill in as an ARPA request, but the more we thought about it, if we could give more to ARPA people for the other programs, this fits very well into the healthcare cash fund. The tobacco settlement fund was there to help with healthcare issues like this. And again, it's a one-time deal, and it's a situation whereas we feel like it can benefit a lot of people.
I'm sure you've done quite a bit of research into the ability of the university to launch a pancreatic cancer research and effort. Lots of other universities are doing pancreatic cancer research. Why do you feel as though that our university should get into this area of cancer research, and do they have the capabilities of doing that?
1 minute.
I believe they have strong capabilities. They've recruited one of the best cancer researchers in the nation from the University of, it's out west. And he is renowned in his field. He's coming. He will bring a bunch of research dollars with him. They already have Dr. Hollingsworth and Dr. Clutie there, who've been doing a lot of research for the last 4 years. Trial studies. This type of cancer, there's no early detection. So the bulk of this is going to find early detection as well as a cure.
Let me just ask one other question. Is there a report required with this? Does a report come back to the legislature for the 15 million investment?
I don't believe so.
That's something maybe we can look into. I think that would be very appropriate. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Arch, Senator Coulterman, and Senator Stinner. Senator Linehan, you're recognized.
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. So I have a follow-up on a question that Senator Arch just asked. Am I understanding it right, Senator Arch? Would you yield for a question?
Senator Arch, would you yield?
Yes, I will.
That the money, the 15 million for UNMC is coming out of the health cash fund?
That's the way the bill reads. That's my understanding.
Okay, so would Senator Stinner yield for a question?
Senator Stinner, would you yield?
Yes, I will.
Didn't we put 50 million in the health cash fund last year because we thought there wasn't enough money in the healthcare cash fund?
We actually cut the healthcare cash fund required distributions by 10 million, a little over $10 million, almost 11 million. So we went from a required distribution.
No,
of
my question
62
was if we
to
took general fund or cash reserve funds and put 50 million in the healthcare cash fund last year.
We did not.
You
No.
did not.
No, here's how this healthcare cash fund works. We got tobacco settlement money.
I understand
It
that.
varies from 35 million to 40 million. Then the interest is usually somewhere close to the 25 to 30 million dollars of the earnings off of that. So that really supported the 62, 63. I always maintained it was a static
Thank you,
request.
Senator Stinner. Thank you. This you don't have to answer, Senator Stinner, but could you make, I'm hoping that your comments that you read at the opening would be made available because it was hard to follow all of it. So if you have a printed copy of that, that would be helpful. Then the other question, and somebody on appropriations can answer this when they're on the mic, when are we going to have the ARPA appropriations? Because I think it's pretty hard to look at this budget without knowing what's going on with ARPA. And since there was a story in the paper about it this morning, I assume that there's paper that we could all look at to see what's going on with the ARPA funding. Then I was going to have a question for Senator Williams, but he's preoccupied. So I'll just state my question and then he can maybe respond when he's not in the chair. So the 25 million for the university to create a companion facility located adjacent to the National Center. So this is on page 9, if anybody have your books. At the bottom of the page, USDA is creating an agricultural research service national center. How much money has actually been appropriated from the federal government for that? And what is the total expected expenditure by USDA for that project? Because my understanding is so far the federal government, I think this is what's happened. I've been trying to figure this out for the last couple of days, that 20 million was in the regular appropriations bill. I don't know if it's in the House and Senate or if it's just in the House, because that happens sometimes. And I don't have enough. I've got calls in trying to figure out. So if the USDA is only spending 20 million, how are we a companion billion at 25 million? I just need some clarity on that. Then I have other questions that I'm hoping the appropriators will respond to. So on page 4, there's a list of, I think, 22, 24, 25 bills. I went through them yesterday, and it appears the vast majority are Appropriation Committee members' bills. So is that, and
1
then
minute.
there's some that are the governor's bills. So is there, could the Appropriation Committee provide a side-by-side on this bill of what the governor requested and what the appropriators did? I think that's been in these books before. Maybe I'm confused, but it would be, I think, very helpful for all of us if we could see the governor's proposal versus the Appropriations Committee amendment. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Vargas, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Originally I was going to get up and talk about what Senator Wishart did, and here's all I'll say. I do want to thank Senator Stinner. It's been amazing for these last going on 6 years to be working in this committee. I've only been in one committee my entire time in the legislature, and I will say Senator Stinner has been an amazing chairman, and he hates when we talk about him on the mic, which makes it easier for us to do this because he really despises it. But I will say this, the reason why I'm most proud of this work that we do, and bear in mind, this isn't, like we did our budget last year. This is a mid-biennium budget adjustment. This is just the last time we're making changes to this last year's budget. You're not seeing this as, we talk about a moral document. The moral document we put forward was last year. This is making adjustments to things. There's a lot of things that I think are important to keep in mind here. One, We tried everything in our power to make sure any funding requests that you see here are largely one-time spends. They're not something that we're trying to do ongoing. We don't use the cash reserve largely to do ongoing funding sources. That's important because there were several other bills that came to the legislature, came to our committee that were general fund requests that didn't get into the budget. And the reason is we really didn't want to pick winners and losers in this process. There are bills in here from senators that are both on the committee and off the committee. There are bills in here that the governor pushed forward and or supported in some way, shape, or form, and some that did not. I think that balance is just really important. It's partly in response to some of the questions. One example is obviously the rural workforce housing and the urban workforce housing. The rural side is Senator Williams' bill that's going to help rural Nebraska. It's a good program that has been existing for a long time. And then the urban side also. And there'll be more that comes out in the future ARPA budget. But for the purposes of this conversation, when we're looking at this, these are largely one-time spends. And any other funds that were brought to the general fund requests were either kicked out of committee, stayed in committee, and we didn't add these additional things. We found ways to make sure we weren't increasing the base funding that we're going to have in the next cycle. So I just wanted to say that just for clarity and transparency, this was one important thing we needed to do. Again, I want to thank Senator Stinner, Chairman Stinner, and the rest of my committee. And with that, I'll yield the remainder of my time to Senator Stinner.
Senator Stinner, 2 minutes 15.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. And I'll try to answer Senator Linehan's. Certainly, you can have my notes, and I will copy and make them available to anybody that would like to have them. As far as the ARPA situation, we as a committee exec'd yesterday at noon, and it ran a little over. If you saw, a lot of the appropriations people were late. During that exec session, we allowed the press in there. Now, it's what we do here in an effort of transparency. We do have available, if you would like, we can actually pass it out. If you would like to have copies of it, we can definitely do that so that you can see what the committee had decided upon as it relates to ARPA. It's still going to take us about 3 to 4 days to formulate all the language that's associated with it. There's like 30 bills there, or even I think there's 38 bills actually. So it's going to take some time to formulate that. In the preliminary budget, which is passed out to all the members, we do have comparisons between what the committee decided versus what the governor had proposed. So you can take a look at what the comparisons are. We only deviated, I believe, on the Perkins Canal on the preliminary. We deviated on the amount that was put in his proposed budget as it relates to a move on the Department of Education. And the third one was the crime lab. So those were the three. The crime lab was put into the budget, certainly was also the Department of Education, and the Perkins Canal has been modified, which you can see. Those are the only deviations that I know of off the top of my head. So also on page 3, there's a cash reserve comparison between what the cash reserve is. So if you want to take a look at page 3, there is a difference of what the committee had recommended to the legislature versus what the governor had put into his. With that, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Stinner. Senator Vargas. Senator Breeze, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. I'd first like to thank Senator Stinner and the Appropriations Committee for their yeoman's work on the budget and all the work they've done on the budget, on the ARPA distribution, and like to commend them for the time and effort they've put in. But the amendment AM 2344 from Senator Friesen has perked my interest here. I want to talk about one issue to start with. And that goes back to LB 385 from last year that set aside $50 million for a project called the Space Command, or at least that's what I call it anyway. It might have a slightly different name than that. But I'd like to ask Senator McDonald a question, if he would yield. A couple of questions.
Senator McDonald, will you yield?
Yes.
Yes, Senator McDonald, you're familiar with the Space Command project that we discussed a little over, or about a year ago, correct?
I am.
Yes. Has that been built?
No, we never received Space Command. We were in the
Okay.
process of competing with other states for Space Command, but we were not successful.
Okay,
The $50 million that was set aside was for us to be competitive through the governor's office, and we were not successful with acquiring Space Command in the state of Nebraska.
Yeah, and has that been built? That's kind of an elementary question, I guess. I probably should have asked, has the project been awarded or dedicated to any one location? And what is your knowledge on that?
Yeah, we did not receive it. I believe it went to Colorado.
Okay. I see on page 13 of the budget, the final decision on the Space Command project was not forthcoming until spring of 23. So could it still be in play for Nebraska, Senator?
No, my knowledge is that we are no longer in a competitive position to have Space Command come to the state of Nebraska.
You don't think there's any way possible it could be coming back to us?
I do not.
Okay, thank you for that. In April 8th of 21, we were talking about the Space Command on the floor here. I was expressing some concerns, maybe some other folks were, I don't know, but I did have some concerns back then. And I was assured at that time that, quote, the funds are sequestered, unquote. Quote, we've got brackets around it, unquote. And so my question is, where's the money now? And Senator McDonald, could you yield to another question?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator. So where is that 50 million now?
We repurposed it into 3 bills that has to do with Senator Sanders' bill, Senator Brewer's bill, and my bill based on NC3, Communicate, Control, and Command, the next generation of nuclear software that we were awarded in 2018 to Stratcom.
Okay, and most of that would be reflected in LB 1232 and 1233, correct?
There's a total of 50 million that we had set aside for and repurposed it into those 3 bills, which Senator Sanders' bill had 30 million, my bill had 20 million, and Senator Brewer's bill had 5 million.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator. Appreciate that. And so as I look at this, we dedicated that money to the Space Command project, and the Space Command project was represented as a project that can drive economic development in the metro area, that could promote growth, that could promote jobs, that could attract business, residents, investment. And now we have those dollars dedicated to projects found in 1232 and 1233, and I question whether those dollars are going to drive economic growth and development. Are these amenities that I see listed in the bill, are they going to attract people
1 minute.
to fill jobs? Thank you, Mr. President. Or are they simply amenities given to folks that are going to be here anyway? And or worst case scenario, are these amenities going to compete with the private sector? And so I think Senator McDonald and Senator Sanders are in the queue. They can respond to that, given a chance here. But and I look at Senator Wayne's proposal, Senator McKinney's proposal for North Omaha development. You know, though, what I see there are ideas that can drive economic growth, that can create jobs, and can promote the growth of our state. Could it go to tax relief? And I appreciate Senator Wishart's comments about tax relief, property tax relief, and I'm very thankful for what the Appropriations Committee has done in that regard, but we need to remember it's not an us versus them. The bulk of the tax relief we've enacted in the last couple of years really goes to all Nebraskans. It's distributed fairly equally to all Nebraskans, your constituents, my constituents, and again, I thank the Appropriations Committee for what they've done in that regard, but we have really been targeting all Nebraskans. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Breezy and Senator McDonald. Senator Wayne, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today is a wonderful day. We get to talk about the budget, we get to talk about priorities, and we get to talk about what communities are left behind. So I'm generally going to say, I went through last night and I calculated, we are going to spend in cash transfers $336.8 million on water and trails. We are spending zero on economic development in some of our hardest hit areas. But I think it's important to stick to the motion at hand and why we should support this motion to strike Section 5. If you just turn to page 3, there's a clear list of things that will be used for this $25 million. And I don't know if parade ground, walking trail, a golf course that's actually owned by the city, the Base Lake improvements, which by the way are already under construction, Terrence Park, Looking Glass Heritage Park. There's actually a living quarters that is privately owned, quarters 13, and then a rooftop garden. I don't know if that's where we really want to spend our dollars when there are people who are actually outside of the base that pay taxes, that do things here, that are looking for economic development. Again, I have nothing against, and I support our military, but when you go on that base, you are going on to basically a sovereign nation. Not just anybody can get on. An everyday Nebraskan can't just go onto the base. You have to go through security checks. You have to be escorted if you have certain records. And by the way, you can't even work on the base if you have an open misdemeanor charge. Misdemeanor charge. So who are these jobs going to go to? Not necessarily Nebraskans, because most of the Offutt Air Force Base work, because I've worked on Offutt Air Force Base, are out-of-town companies who do national Air Force Base work across the world, but across America. This is not where we right now should be putting our dollars. So I agree with Senator Friesen, we should strike this, and maybe from here to select, we can have a conversation about what we might want to put in. But to put in money to update a public golf course is beyond me when I look at no investment. This overall budget, and I'm talking about 1012, LB 1012 sets up funds to do the following. Water, we'll talk a little bit about water. $53.8 million to Perkins Canal, Peru Levee 5, Star Wars 100 million, surface water irrigation 50 million, new cabins at Mahoney State Park for around $1 million, and trails for 8.3. I fundamentally have an issue. I fundamentally have an issue with the cash transfers and with this overall budget when you look at the state's investment. And I'm sorry, Appropriation Committee, I know you worked hard. All the committees work hard. But using federal dollars is a cop-out for the state not investing in North and South Omaha. It is a strict cop-out. So I said it today on social media, and I'm saying it here. There's no more pass in North Omaha. You don't get to come down and say that you support North Omaha, that you understand redlining, that you understand past discrimination, and all the things people do to come get North Omaha vote when it's election time if you support these 3 bills as written today. These 3 bills will be at every event you show up to because North Omaha is on notice that we are being left out again. And we don't get a pass by saying it's ARPA. So let's stick to this amendment. There's a lot more amendments that we're going to talk about. But tell me why we are paying for a track and field stadium improvement on the base. Tell me why we are paying for a lake that is strictly used by the Air Force, that we're paying for it, that everyday Nebraskans can't go to. Why are we paying for those improvements? Everyday Nebraskans can't go there, but we're going to spend our tax dollars to beautify the base. That's why we should support AM 2344. And from general to select, once it's removed, we can figure out what we can support on the base. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Wayne. Senator Matt Hanson, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, colleagues. I rise in kind of a similar perspective to what Senator Wayne just shared. Normally looking at the budget, I do see it as a comprehensive set of statewide priorities. And I've learned in my years to kind of agree with people that the budget sometimes is actually easier when you're cutting. In this situation, I do have similar concerns that there are some broad areas of need in Omaha, in Lincoln, that probably need to be better addressed and be in better focus of the state of Nebraska. And that seeing kind of some more specific appropriations, like the one we're discussing on the board, raises some concern, not because I have a concern with the specific proposal for Sarpy County or a specific proposal with the base, but kind of in the absence of other priorities or other things that are being spent and appropriated money. I personally don't know enough about the upgrades to the base and what is intended for that or its overall impact, but it is tough to see kind of some of the other things from this. The limited amount of money going to housing, or maybe not limited, but the amount of money going to housing versus the amount of money going to some of these things that Senator Wayne just listed off, such as recreation, especially recreation on a place that is not publicly accessible. And I wanted to start off by giving the speech kind of on the first bill, on the first item, to say that this is kind of a year where I've shifted over from kind of being in general support of the budget and having to be convinced to change it, to being in kind of general skepticism of some of the state's spending priorities and having to be convinced to support them. I look forward to kind of continued debate and continued discussion on where we are going, especially with this cash transfer bill before we get to some of the mainline budget. But that's how I'm going to be approaching this and looking at this. I agree with some of the other senators who've mentioned it already, trying to digest the overall ARPA funds and see what impact that will have on the state and the state's spending priority, but also recognizing that, say, one-time federal money isn't always the same as, a committed appropriation of our general fund dollars. So with that, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator Clements, welcome 48 fourth grade students, 5 teachers and 5 sponsors from Elmwood Murdoch Public Schools. They are seated in the north balcony. Please rise and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Returning to debate, Senator McDonald, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. To continue our discussion, and we're going to have an opportunity, because I believe Senator Sanders is after me and Senator Brewer is after Senator Sanders, to discuss the idea of why we repurposed the $50 million. If you look at when we were competing for Space Force and we no longer were in competition because it was clear that it was not coming to Nebraska. One of the things we talked about with Space Force was the economic development, the economic impact. One thing about NC3, we're not competing for it. It was awarded to us in 2018. The idea of the $20 million that we're talking about for NC3 is going to have to be matched, and we're last dollar in, at $60 million by the private sector. Why would the private sector want to match that? The idea of the economic impact with a minimum of, to begin with, 400 jobs at an average salary of $170,000 a year is a game changer for this part of the Nebraska and our state. The idea that we are developing the next nuclear software for our country. The idea of the people that are going to come in here from the private sector, the different companies based on this structure that would not be on base. NC3 is clear based on the idea that it will be near the base, but we have a partnership with the city of Bellevue. We have a partnership with the city of Bellevue based on they're also going to invest a minimum of $5 million in infrastructure and site location. You think about that coming together. We had an opportunity for Space Command, we lost it. It's our Space Force, excuse me. And now we have NC3 right in our backyard since 2018. And who approached me on this was STRATCOM. The people that are actually serving and protecting our country came to me and said, here's an opportunity to work with government and the private sector, the military. And let's look at one of our largest employers in the state of Nebraska is Offutt Air Force Base. So I know Senator Sanders is going to address the idea of what some of the facilities look like and the lack of care over the years. And Senator Brewer is going to discuss about the idea of documenting how important STRATCOM is to our state and the country. But I don't want to lose focus on the idea, if you're talking about economic impact, I don't know if there's a bill that is going to make a larger economic impact based on bringing the private sector together with government, with the military, but also with the idea of having a shining star for the state of Nebraska for us to recruit and for us to be responsible for that software for the next generation of nuclear defense for our country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator Sanders, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. I rise today in support of the budget package that is in front of us. But first, I want to recognize the excellent work of Chairman Stinner and the entire Appropriations Committee. I respect the process. Thank you for the committee and the committee staff, the governor's budget division, and the legislature's fiscal office for the hours of hard work they have put into this package. I also want to thank the committee for including my bill, LB 1233, in the budget. LB 1233 was heard in Appropriations Committee on February 10th, and it had no opposition. This proposal capitalizes on a one-time opportunity to invest in one of Nebraska's biggest economic driver. 1 year ago, the legislature publicly recognized the value that the military bases offer to our economy, especially Offutt Air Force Base. To be clear, let's acknowledge what Offutt provides for our community. The big number is $2.9 billion. That's the annual impact to the state of Nebraska. That comes from nearly 4,000 civilian jobs on the base. And while Offutt neighbor Bellevue, over 50% of active service members are not living on the base, reside outside of Bellevue, let alone the thousands of civilians, employees there on the base. Offutt provides jobs for young men and women from North Omaha to Plattsmouth. And that's the beginning. With the prospect of Senator McDonald's bill, LB 1232, and the Nuclear Command and Control Communications Project, we could see the impact rise by $2 billion immediately, prompting an influx of moderate to high-paying jobs. Offutt's mission is even more relevant today. Planes from Offutt's 55th Wing are flying over Ukraine right now. They are detecting any nuclear activity and closely observing Russia's invasion. We take this asset for granted. The reality of the base realignment and closure is that bases can move or be closed anytime. Missions die out and they must be replaced at Offutt. When missions are looking for new homes, they look at amenities for service members to keep our service members close or in Bellevue. Offutt has identified several needs on the base. If they are fixed, it enhances the appeal for more missions in the future. If you only hear one thing I say today, let it be this. These funds are fully matched by the private sector. These dollars are matched 100% or more. This fully matched list of projects will help us keep military retirees, attract new missions, support our service members' mental health, and keep Offutt for generations to come. I'm excited for the opportunity to protect one of Nebraska's biggest resources. I would encourage your support to vote on this bill, not on the amendment by Senator Friesen. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. Senator Brewer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will echo those comments about Offutt and US Stratcom. Most of the people in this room, I'm guessing, have no clue what US Stratcom does. I was fortunate enough to spend 3 years of my life aboard the NAOC, the National Airborne Operations Center. It's that 747 you see landing out here at the base that looks very similar to Air Force One. That platform is what keeps the free world free. In the event of a first strike, that platform becomes the ability of the United States to sustain its government. So understand that if we are going to take a very small amount of money and we're going to tell the story that includes all of our nuclear submarines, our bombers, and our missiles that are based in silos, the ability to coordinate a response to a first strike means the survivability of the free world. So I understand you guys want to cut budgets and you want to move money around, but let's stop and think about this for a second. Look at the evening news. The Russians will do what the Russians want to do. And the only thing keeping this country and the other countries of the free world free is the ability for us to be a bigger dog on the block than they are. Now, a lot of people don't understand the mission, how you coordinate nuclear submarines and bombers and silo missiles. All we're saying is give us a chance to tell the story of STRATCOM so that even Putin understands the potential that the United States has. I'm shocked that we're discussing this small amount of money and this mission. If you look at Offutt and what they've done over the years for Nebraska and for Omaha, for us to quibble over this is crazy. And I'm not against provide more resources for North Omaha. Don't get me wrong. But when we're talking about the future of the free world and our ability to support U.S. STRATCOM, I'm puzzled why we're going through this. Now, pause for a moment and think. If you're going to tell that story, you're going to take a team aboard a submarine. First off, they're going to have special clearances to do that. They're going to have to go aboard bombers. They're going to have to go into these nuclear silos. So, yeah, it costs a little bit to make that story become a reality. But I think if we're going to be honest and say that we support the military and we support STRATCOM, we've got to give them the ability to tell their story. It has never been done. No one has ever made a documentary to tell the story of what U.S. STRATCOM does. So for us to abandon Offutt, and when I say that, if STRATCOM leaves, that is a 4-star command that is fair game for anybody in this country that wants it. They got a base that's better able to support it. It would be the equivalent of this Capitol having nothing but the Supreme Court and the rest of it gutted. That's what you have at Offutt if STRATCOM leaves. That's a pretty ugly picture. So let's just pause for a moment and be reasonable at how we're moving forward with these budgets, because there are certain things that are items that we're not gonna give up on because it's too important. We've heard Senator Wayne's comments on North Omaha, and I think he's got a fair point. But when it comes to Offutt and our ability to sustain operations with U.S. STRATCOM, it is critical to the future of that base and our country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. Senator Hilkeman, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise. This is be the last budget that I'll be involved with. Worked with that committee for 8 years. And as Senator Wishart said beforehand, working with Senator Stinner has been an honor. And the tireless hours and energy that he's put into this process, everybody in the state of Nebraska owes him a deep debt of gratitude. It's been an honor to work with him. And it's been an honor to work with the committee. This was a different year with all of the ARPA funding that we had to deal with actually having an excess of dollars to deal with. I remember coming down my first day that we had thought about the challenges that we have on our committee. We've dealt with having to make huge cuts. We've dealt with having to readjust. We've had to readjust during the middle of a budget cycle. And this year was going to be different. And indeed, it was different. And it is different. When I came in, the first year I was here, we had a cash reserve of $775 million, and we felt pretty good about that. It got down, I think, as low as $400 million. And as you look at the document today, unless we change that significantly, it'd be at almost 1.4 billion as a cash reserve. And I'm like to be optimistic, but I think that that's fantastic that we have that kind of a cash reserve, and we should be very careful of spending that cash reserve. I think things are going to change with all the dollars that the federal government has poured into this economy. I think we're dealing with kind of an artificial type of an economy, and therefore I think we need to be prepared that what we dealt with when I was here the fourth year when we were dealing with huge budget deficits. During this period, one of the things when I ran for office was property tax relief, property tax relief, property tax relief. The way I figured, kind of roughly estimate, we've given well over $2 billion to the property tax relief fund during that period of time. I'm not, as many of you well know, I have oftentimes thought we should find a different vehicle. And I still think if we could find a different vehicle would be good. We now have the refundable tax credit. So we've given at least $3 billion in property tax relief over this 8-year period of time. It's over a period of time. I just asked Senator Friesen when most property values have probably increased at least 50%. And therefore, we can't say that we haven't been doing something for the property tax relief. I want to talk a little bit about the Pancreatic Center, since that was brought up earlier. One of the things that that's just blown me away is the excellence that we're seeing in our university, and particularly at UNMC. I want to tell you about the very first time I met Dr. Gold. I was invited to breakfast. This was between when I had just won the election and started serving here. We were walking down the hallway, and there was a tissue or a napkin on the side. Dr. Gold stopped, picked it up, took it to the next trash receptacle. He's so proud of what our university looks like. So when we look at about a pancreatic center to making it a world-class with a $15 million, I can tell you that with the leadership that we have at UNMC and the new directors coming from the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center in Seattle, with the resources that we have at the Buffett Center, if you look at the IXL that we've developed during that 8-year period of time, the Lordson Outpatient Center, the Truelson Eye Center, our medical center is booming. Let's take that advantage. Let's invest in it. Let's take this let's be a world leader in pancreatic cancer. We have the foundation. Let's build on that, and I'll support that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Hochman. Senator Wishart, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, colleagues, I rise in opposition to AM 2344. I don't know how, after hearing Senator Brewer's speech, anyone would be voting for that amendment, but nevertheless, I also support AM 2000 and LB 1012. I did want to answer some of the questions and commentary that have been going on this morning. First of all, it was asked about the bills incorporated into the committee proposal. If you went down and calculated all of those bills and those that were brought from someone outside of the Appropriations Committee, you would quickly realize that as Appropriations Committee, we supported more funding that was brought from members of this legislature outside of the Appropriations Committee than those of us who brought them inside the committee. So just wanted to answer that question. Second of all, it's been brought to our attention a lot today that we're investing quite a bit of money into the lake and canal. Colleagues, I want to remind everybody that sitting on select file are 2 bills that came out of another committee that fund a canal and that fund a lake and other recreational opportunities in the state. If this body is so adamantly opposed to funding water infrastructure, then you can't vote on those bills. When you vote on those bills, they come with a price tag, and that is reflected in our budget. I think Senator Erdman, frankly, and Senator Stinner and Coulterman are the only 3 people who have been consistent on this water issue. And I will also remind everyone that Senator Stinner got on the mic and asked us not to vote for the canal and not to vote for the water Star Wars project. That's on us, everyone. We voted those bills through. They are going to be reflected in the budget. So if people are complaining about water infrastructure projects, then you can't vote for them when they're on the floor, because they do come with a price tag. Last, I want to talk to the funding for North Omaha. I remember being on the top of Kilimanjaro and talking with Senator Wayne about the enormous pressure that he and Senator McKinney and Senator Vargas have to come through for their districts. You can see that pressure on Senator Wayne to make that happen. Our committee has focused not only on ARPA in terms of investing a sizable amount that will go to the vision that Senator Wayne has for transforming his community, but also we have left room in our cash reserve for innovative ideas that Senator Wayne, I believe, is bringing tomorrow to talk with us about North Omaha and his priority. And I think it's fair, colleagues, when you have two senators who are asking for $450 million in appropriation to a community that has been underinvested for hundreds of years, I think it's fair for us to look at the fact that at the same time, there is a prison proposal out there to invest $500 million in a prison that disproportionately locks up people who live in Senator Wayne and Senator McKinney's district. So yes, I actually am very supportive of us trying an alternative of investing potentially an equal amount into those communities. I think that's a good idea. And that's something where I can't wait to hear what Senator Wayne has to propose to us tomorrow. I think we should all be open-minded to it. But I will point out that one of the reasons we have such a significant cash reserve set aside is our committee has been dutiful about not appropriating money for that prison, not appropriating $500 million for the canal. So I want everyone to have that in perspective, that when we have these opportunities to invest in historically underinvested communities, it's because we didn't take $1 billion out that was requested of our cash reserve. And we've left money to be able to do something this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wishart. Senator Vargas, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I want to kind of pick up on where Senator Wishart left off. Because in committee, I was one of the people, along with Senator Coltsman and a few others, that weren't jazzed or supportive of the Star Wars project, not because of the project itself only, but because of the priorities and what matters most to our state and for recovery. I say that because there's an overwhelming majority of people that voted for it to move it along. I also say that for the canal. I didn't want to support the canal more than what we already did in appropriations because of the exact same reason on what we're arguing. It wasn't a priority for our state. I understand the rationale behind it, but we have competing priorities. So I say that because there are people in this body, an overwhelming number of people that voted for that. And in terms of priorities, look, the thing that I defend is process. Right now, everything in this right now, win or lose, whether or not we supported it or not supported it in committee, a bill was brought for pretty much most of these things, overwhelmingly. There were one-time cash fund transfers, and the overwhelming majority are actually outside the committee. I think there's only, of all these items, 3 of them are from members within the committee, which is much different from what people expected. These are priorities from committees like natural resources, from different committee members outside of appropriations. So when we're looking at this mid-biennium budget, not our budget, changes to it. This is coming from people that made some sort of a compelling argument for enough members of the committee. Now, I lost in some of these issues. I didn't want to support some of them I did. We'll have an opportunity to make sure that we do our investments in North and South Omaha, and I guarantee you we'll have that conversation, and I'm going to be supportive of whatever we can do in that arena because it's something I care about and I fought for within the committee. But in terms of process, I just want to make sure it's crystal clear that if a bill was brought and it asked for one-time funds and a cash fund transfer, that they were taking up as part of this committee mid-biennium budget adjustment. And if it had more than 5 votes, then it passed. If it didn't, it didn't. And we try to stand as the committee together. But this is not encompassing everything that we plan to do or are going to do in terms of the priorities for the state of Nebraska. We still have our federal ARPA budget, which we will get to. It is but one very simple, not simple, but a step, and is not reflective of everything that we're planning on doing. I just want that to be crystal clear, because when you're looking at this and you're thinking that this is something that is driven only by appropriations, most of these bills came from outside the Appropriations Committee. They're one-time spends, they're largely cash reserve transfers, and they were bills that were brought. And we will be debating other items that are going to be coming up in ARPA, and you will see strategic investments. Many of the things that Senator Wishart and Senator Wayne, Senator McKinney, and myself, we've talked about for many different times over the years on where we should be investing in economic recovery. And bear in mind, there are still select file bills that are being debated right now that take huge chunks away from our cash reserve.
1 minute.
We'll have the opportunity to decide what really is the priority for the state. And I hope we make that very abundantly clear. So I do appreciate the dialogue. I appreciate my members, and I know Senator Colterman will speak to an item that is not only near and dear to our hearts, but that we supported overwhelmingly in our committee. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Vargas. Senator Colterman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. I passed out an article for all of you to take a look at. I wasn't sure where Mr. Sanguinari came from, or Hinganari came from, but he's coming from Seattle, Washington. He's going to lead the Pancreatic Cancer Research Center in Omaha, Nebraska, which will become a world-class center. I rise in support of the bill that I put in. It had a fair hearing. It came out of committee 9-0 after we moved it into the healthcare cash fund. And I would like to thank my colleagues on the committee for doing so. This bill is important not only to me, but it's important to the state of Nebraska. If we start this program and give the University of Nebraska Medical Center $15 million, they have to match that $15 million. But after that, they're on their own. The question came up, I think Senator Erdman asked several times, how much continuing money will we have to put into this program? And the answer to that is zero. Because once the university sets up a research program, it's up to the researchers to go out and bring in their own money to fund their programs. That's the neat part about Dr. Hinganari. He's world-renowned, and he will bring a lot of research dollars with him, as well as a lot of excellent researchers. As many of you know, this is important to me because I lost my wife to pancreatic cancer 4 years ago. But you know what? If we find an early detection or a cure for this, that's not going to bring her back. That's not going to bring her back. But there isn't anybody in this room that doesn't know somebody that's been affected by pancreatic cancer. The reality is there's an inadequate focus on this specific type of cancer. It's considered an unfunded research, largely because how rare it is and the high mortality rate. While it's a relatively rare type of cancer, approximately 62,000 Americans or 170 people every day are diagnosed with this disease. and it's known as a silent killer because you don't know you have it until it's too late. I'd like to remind you, this just isn't about one person because it's my bill. Kitty Carnes was a friend of each and every one of us. I had the privilege of having an extra 18 months with my wife. Kitty Carnes, who is a colleague of ours, had about 90 days and she was gone. She didn't even know what she had. So if we can help one person get early detection, and we can have our own University of Nebraska, who is world-class, make that happen, we're creating one heck of a good program. So if you don't like that aspect of it, come up with 25 votes and vote it out. That's how strongly I feel about it. I challenge you to get me 25 votes to vote against that bill. It's good, logical, and it's not going to cost the state a nickel. It's coming out of the healthcare cash fund, which was designed to help people with medical conditions. One good thing that came out of the tobacco healthcare cash fund is a lot of good research. So again, I'd like to thank my colleagues on the committee for supporting that bill unanimously, and I would hope that we can continue to support it through the healthcare cash fund and find an early detection so one of your family members doesn't end with pancreatic cancer and have a short-lived life. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Coulterman. Senator Williams, you're recognized.
Mr. President, and good morning, colleagues. And I would like to, again, as others have, thank the Appropriations Committee for including LB 703 in the budget. We have a special and unique opportunity that is facing our state right now with LB 703. It only happens because agriculture is our #1 industry, and that's something we all want to support. It only happens because we have a world-class research university right here in Lincoln. It also only happens because of the investment that this group made 10 to 12 years ago in creating Innovation Campus and what has happened with that. LB 703 is designed to magnify the benefits to Nebraska from a major $140 million investment the U.S. Department of Agriculture is planning to make on Innovation Campus. This project will create a world-class agriculture and natural resource research facility. And to support that, LB 703 will support the creation of a companion facility to convert the center's research findings into real-world solutions for our area farmers and farmers across the world. This effort will involve a partnership of the University of Nebraska, the USDA, and the private sector. The benefits to Nebraska from this collaboration are significant. First, innovative agricultural and natural resource research findings will help our producers to, among other things, boost yields, better use of water, and improved animal health. Second, an efficient commercialization process will get those innovations more quickly to Nebraska producers. And third, Nebraska will receive a major boost in our state's ability to nurture homegrown ag startups for our economy. The USDA is set to make this innovation happen through their appropriations. They have already appropriated over $32 million of the total amount. The $140 million building will be a 120,000 square foot building, but more importantly, it will house at least 42 federal scientists and 100 scientific support staff. This is about jobs. This is about growing our state. This is an investment that will help make that happen. The impressive scale of the department's investment here is strong and clear statement about the importance the USDA places on Nebraska as a major center for cutting-edge agricultural research. It makes tremendous sense then that Nebraska provide the complementary projects, and that's what we're talking about with LB 703. The funding from that would create an 80,000 square foot building sitting next to the USDA Research Center that would let us quickly turn those research dollars into real-world solutions for our producers. I think it's right. I think it's something we should do as a legislature to make smart investments and strategic investments to ensure the long-term viability of Nebraska and in particular, our state's #1 industry, agriculture. That's what the investment of $25 million does. Now that $25 million is required to be matched by $25 million or it doesn't happen. And there will be no match coming if the federal government doesn't build the USDA building. So I think this is something that we clearly should have in our budget. And I again would like to thank the Appropriations Committee for their willingness to include this investment into those dollars. It makes sense. It creates high-paying jobs. Those people will be living in homes, paying property tax, paying income tax, paying sales tax. And beyond that, it will create new innovation for our state's #1 industry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Williams. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. I am semi-supportive of Senator Friesen's amendment for some of the reasons that have been stated this morning about access by the public. And I understand that it would be difficult to have the base be accessible by the public. But I also understand the need for some of these improvements on the base and the federal matching. And so I am a little bit torn. I do think it's important that we could create the cash fund. I'm just not sure that when it comes to the actual amount that we put into that cash fund, that I don't know that I can agree to that. That seems like an exorbitant amount of money that doesn't go to the people of Nebraska directly. They can't enjoy the recreational activities on the base. And so if there were an opportunity to do some recreational activities that are outside of the base, but next to the base, that would be much more acceptable to me. So I know there's a lot of amendments and there's a lot of people in the queue still. So I'm going to end with that. And I'm leaning in favor of this amendment, but I'm still undecided. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Senator Friesen, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I've been trying to listen to a lot of the debate. Some of it kind of got off track a little bit onto some other issues, but one of the things about this is, last year I supported STRATCOM, I supported the $50 million, but to me, when a project that doesn't go through, then that money comes back and we start over. We don't repurpose it into some other use or some other thing. And again, I will tell you that this is specifically for an outdoor airman amenity pavilion, track and field stadium improvements, a parade ground walking trail, improvements at Willow Lakes Golf Course, Base Lake improvements, landscape enhancements, Deterrence Park, Looking Glass Heritage Park, and then quarters for comprehensive repair, design, and construction, and a rooftop garden. So again, Senator McDonald, would you yield to a question?
Yes. Senator McDonald, would you yield?
So Senator McDonald, in Revenue Committee, I remember a couple of years ago, some people came to us for a tax credit to work on base housing. Is that housing on the base, is that owned by the federal government?
There is housing that is owned by the military that is on and off the base.
So is there housing on the base that is not owned by the government?
I don't believe so. I believe all the housing is owned by the military, and then they contract out potentially for maintenance.
I guess that's not what I understand it was, because when they asked for tax credits, it wasn't. It was for a private company. Thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator Wayne, would you yield to a question?
Senator Wayne, would you yield?
Yes.
So the housing on the base, majority of it, is it owned privately or is it owned by the federal government?
It is operated and maintained by private individuals, and I believe owned, but it is definitely operated and maintained by private individuals.
Okay, thank you, Senator Wayne. So again, what we're doing here, and I think we have to look at this in a bigger picture, this base housing at least to my knowledge, when we were talking a couple years ago about some tax credits and how property taxes were assessed on there or not assessed because it was on federal lands, but it was privately owned housing, it gets a little complicated. And now to say that we're going to put money into fixing up some of that housing, it bothers me a little bit. And so I'm just going to talk a little bit about a few other things that have popped up. It was mentioned here recently, the building for ag at UNL. You know, I don't care if we fund that. I've been speaking to UNL for my 8 years here, and they keep telling me how important land-grant university they are, and at the same time, they keep cutting extension. That is what land-grant university is. And the more they cut the extension, the more I understand that they're more of a liberal arts college. They're not a land-grant university anymore. Talk to some of your extension people, and they'll tell you that they're not filling positions. They're making extension educators cover more and more counties. And yet they talk about building this ag building for research. We have research out on the farm. So me being an ag producer, I'm not tickled about spending money on a new building at the university if their focus has drifted away from being a land-grant university. So again, going back to this here, I mean, we can go through these items and talk about them, and I appreciate what the Appropriations Committee did. That's the committee's job. They went through and they picked them out. Our job now as a body is to decide which one rises to the level that we want to fund them. And it's not a negative impact on the Appropriations Committee, and none at all. They looked through things, they decided to prioritize. Those are 9 members that worked hard together and came up with this bill. We've had bills in transportation before that can come out 8-0, doesn't mean they go anywhere. The rest of this body still has to make a decision, and that's what we're going to do today. We're going to go through these things and see which one is a priority for everyone, which one is not. Do our constituents want us to spend this kind of money, or would they like to see more tax relief? What are our priorities for spending? We got a federal government that's $30 trillion in debt. Interest rates are going up. I don't think we have in the past kept our military up to where they were
Senator.
ready for what we're looking at today.
Thank you. That's time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr.
Thanks,
President.
Senator Friesen, Senator McDonald, Senator Wayne. Senator Geis would like to welcome 13 members of Team PAC Nebraska who are from all over the state. They are seated in the north balcony. Please rise and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Returning to debate, Senator Wayne, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll let, is Ms. Senator Sanders here? I'm going to ask her some questions when she get there. But first, I'm going to say, before I ask her some questions, the agriculture bill or innovation campus is not in this bill, so I won't address it at this time. I'll just say you can't have agriculture innovation if you don't have a veterinarian school. So I think we should start with that. Let's get the basics done first. But nevertheless, let me tell you the fundamental difference of what we're talking about in this bill. And I support Senator McDonald's bill. I support Senator Brewer's bill. Those are different. I think we should have a promotional opportunity to tell about Strathtown history, while I'm adding an amendment saying we should tell about Standing Bear. As far as the biggest difference between Senator McDonald's bill and Senator Sanders' bill, is Senator McDonald's bill is a public-private investment for jobs that is outside of the base. That means everyday people have opportunity to be a part of that. Now, there might be some security clearance and things like that once they get their nuclear program established. But part of the reason why I'm hesitant on even McDonald's bill is because I think we should get away from nuclear weapons, and I don't support anything that facilitates that along. But I do want to ask Senator Sanders some questions.
Senator Sanders, would you yield?
Yes.
How many servicemen will stay if we improve these amenities that are listed here, A through I or J?
We hope all of them, and the fact is that we also want to recruit and build on what Offutt has now.
So has there been any surveys done or data to support that if we improve these amenities, there's a direct correlation to people coming or people staying?
Yes, and I'll get that feasibility study for you.
Thank you. And as it relates to these properties, is the only one that is not on base the Willow Lakes Golf Course?
Correct,
So everything else is on base.
correct.
So who owns the quarters 13?
That's still federal property.
Who maintains it?
The Burlington Capital has
So
the
it's a
contract.
private company who we're
It's
paying
contract.
to keep it upkeep.
Mhm.
So we're paying a
Yes.
private keeper. Colleagues, we don't do that for any other apartment complex in the state. We don't allow a private company to come in here and get funds. So do you know, can anybody with a current violation of the law, a misdemeanor, go onto the base and go to any of these facilities that we pay for?
I do not believe so.
Is there any other one of these properties that are privately maintained that are listed here?
Quite a bit of that is privately maintained because the federal government, the base themselves no longer have the manpower for maintenance.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. So colleagues, what we're doing is paying private contractors who already have a contract with the military to run and operate these facilities extra money to obtain. So they're making money both ways. We're giving them money to maintain them, but they have a contract with the federal government to maintain them. So where are those dollars going to help maintain them? More importantly, again, the difference between Senator McDonald's bill and this part of the bill is that this is on the base. And Nebraskan tax dollars are going to a area that they can't even access. So that's like us building a lake and then saying people can't go access it. Is that a wise choice for our tax dollars? So this has nothing to do with the promotional video. This has nothing to do with NC3. That's a separate conversation for a separate amendment. This is strictly on page 3. If you look at all of these things that are federally owned but privately maintained, that not everybody can access, is this where we want to spend our dollars? And just because we improve these, there's no guarantee in 4 years there's not a base closure. There's no guarantee that people are going to stay in Nebraska. The only guarantee is we are going to put $25 million into private federal contractors' hands to do what they already should be doing underneath their federal contract. That's why I'm supporting AM 2344, and I would ask for your green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Wayne. Senator Sanders. Senator Arch, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to go back to the healthcare cash fund transfer. Since I spoke on the mic at the beginning of this debate, I went and retrieved the interim study for 2021, which is dated September 3rd, 2021. And I understand much better, having seen exactly what these numbers are, what's happening, and what Senator Stinner said was correct. We have seen an increase in the corpus itself in the fund, and the dollars are being removed from that. However, I want to quote something because I think it's important to the debate and to the understanding of this healthcare cash fund. And here's the quote: "To shore up the sustainability of the cash fund, the legislature in 2021 session permanently removed $10.1 million in base funding for behavioral health to the general fund. The required report by the state investment officer will not be done until next year. However, this permanent reduction in annual expenditures from the healthcare cash fund should greatly assist in maintaining the longevity of the fund." So what happened last year, Senator Stinner and I discussed this, and he put it into the budget, where we had at one time approximately $10 million in behavioral health rate funding that was put into the healthcare cash fund at a time when we did not have the dollars to pay for any type of increase in behavioral health rates, and the legislature felt it was necessary to do that. However, that's a general fund obligation. Ongoing rates, general fund obligation, not appropriate out of the healthcare cash fund. We felt there was an opportunity to move that in order to increase or to improve the sustainability of the fund. And this gets to the question of what exactly is this healthcare cash fund, because it is identified as a cash fund. However, there has always been the discussion of sustainability, that we don't overspend out of this cash fund so that it is sustainable. Now, that is the quasi-investment fund. That sounds like more of an investment fund than a cash fund, but it is called a cash fund. And so I just want to alert people that this healthcare cash fund is extremely important, that it be used appropriately, that it not be overspent. It's something that the Health and Human Services Committee watches very carefully every year to make sure that the sustainability is there. And you've heard Senator Howard make this a large issue in the past on the floor. I will continue to make it a large issue as long as I'm the chair of Health and Human Services, because of the importance of this cash fund. Appreciate the work the Appropriations Committee has done to preserve that sustainability, and it's something that we will act like a watchdog on to make sure that that is not hindered in the future. And with that, I'll yield the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Arch. Senator Dorn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Want to get up as a member of the Appropriations Committee. It's the first time I'm speaking today, but wanted to do as many of the others have. Really want to thank Chairman Stinner for all the work he's done. I've been on the committee for 4 years, and the process that we go through, how we look at everything, how we work with the fiscal office, and how we put everything together, he has shown tremendous leadership, and is going to be greatly missed on our committee and in this body. Also like to thank everybody else on the committee. I really enjoy working with all of the other 8 people, and how we work through the process of putting a budget together. And this year also the ARPA funds, and how we work through that process. I thank many of them for the comments they make, how we look at specific things or how a certain thing might be brought up. Really want to thank them for all they've done in being a part of this. One thing I wanted everybody to notice is, then the fiscal office talked about it yesterday when we voted the ARPA budget out. Everybody should have a green sheet on your schedule of your stuff today. Underneath that's a green sheet. That's the thing we'll kind of be going by as we go forward. I brought it up last year so everybody could look at it. There's a thing down there, I call it in a box or whatever. That's kind of the money that's somewhat brought to the floor, and that will be adjusted as we pass different things here, as we look at different things. So as you come to the floor any of these days and you want to look of what we've done and how it's affected us, it will show up on there. When I came onto the Appropriations Committee 4 years ago, I still remember Senator McDonald. He made a comment when we were in that group, and a year or 2 years before, the body and that committee had to make $1 billion in cuts. And he made a comment to me that he said, "You will like a lot better being here when we make cuts than when we have money." And wow, is he right? Because when we had a short budget, when I came on the committee, we had about 300 million in the rainy day fund, give or take. Now we have $1.5 billion. That year, you did not have near as many people visit with you about funding or funding issues. And if they did, you knew darn well right they were very important, because we didn't have extra money to spend. Well, as we've gone along, and as our rainy day fund, as our cash reserve has increased over the years, I've noticed more people, I call it, approaching me or visiting with me, and maybe because I'm on the committee longer, they want to talk to you about it. Well, this year, especially with the ARPA funds, has been, I call it, almost amazing. All of the requests, all of the people wanting to have a discussion or a talk about something going on. He was exactly right. And as we go through this body this year, and as we have the last 18 or 19 days, and we talk about all of the funding, and we have on the floor, we have income tax cuts, Social Security tax cuts, and all of that, and property tax cuts, and how they all fit in on this budget with the ARPA. One thing I've always talked about is looking at the long term and the long-term vision of where we are as a state. We started 4 years ago with 300 million in the rainy day fund. Now we're at $1.5 billion. Part of where that came from, though, in 2020, our personal income in the state of Nebraska was over $100 billion, $100 billion. We also that year got 22 billion roughly from federal sources other than the normal federal
1 minute.
sources. So that puts a part of the equation in there that we don't normally have. So we need to be mindful of that. We need to be aware of that as we go through all of these discussions. To me, it's more critical. We will get this budget done. We will get ARPA done. We will get ourselves in solid fiscal shape today. But for me, it's more critical, where are we at in 4 or 5 years? Because if this body has to come back and make cuts in 4 or 5 years, everybody will blame that group, but it's this group. It's not that group. We need to make sure, and I really enjoy some of the discussions and what we're looking at. One quick thing on, I'll talk about off in a minute. Part of what we're looking on those 3 bills, we're looking at, I call it the immediate financial or fiscal impact it's going to have. Look at the bigger picture. What has Offutt done for us? How do we maintain Offutt here? How do we keep them a viable part of the state of Nebraska? I think somebody mentioned 2.8 or 2.9 billion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dorn. Senator Albright, you recognized.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, I rise today to thank the Appropriations Committee, and Senator Stinner has always kept us in a very sound and fiscal position in the state since I've been here for the last 6 years. And I applaud all of their efforts. I've went my very first time before the Appropriations Committee this year. And we'll talk more about that on the next bill. But I just want to rise today to talk about the AM 2344. And I could not support that in any way, shape, or form because, you know, I really believe like there may very well have been a reason that Offutt Air Force Base was not selected as to spend that $50 million because we weren't ready for them. If you all remember that we had the Papio NRD that had taken over 10 years when we had the flood to take care of things around the base. At that point, we almost lost them. They thought about moving somewhere else. We have to take care of our military. I lived in Sarpy County my whole life, and I'm here to tell you, I'm watching what's happened over the last 12 years. It was really hard to leave there and move up north and leave all my friends behind, but I've been watching them. Love my new life, by the way. Mike Albright, you're amazing. But I'm here to tell you that you cannot look the other way with what's happening in our world. So I would not even question Stratcom in any way, shape, or form. And whether that's just for them and improving those facilities, we need to do that. We need to maintain that. Sarpy County wouldn't be what it is today without Offutt Air Force Base. So I'll move on to, I never rose to talk about the Star Wars project, but I did hear Senator Stinner say loud and clear that this is one-time money that needs to go. But if we're going to strap future legislators on a bill that for recreation, you know, we have a game and parks agency that could certainly do some of the things. I'm all in on enhancing our parks and putting boat slips in up by the Niobrara and taking care of Lake McConaughey and having other areas for our families to enjoy. But what I'm not okay with is taking farm ground out of production for such a large project that they're talking about with the lakes. Again, you're taking the water away from farm ground, you know, up north to the west, to the east. I don't believe that that's something that I could support. So if there are 25 votes, sorry, Governor Ricketts, and those of you working on the Star Wars project, that is just not something that I can wrap my mind around. And also sitting on the Revenue Committee and knowing what we have been working on the last 6 years, whether it be with the government and military income tax, you know, relief, whether it's the Social Security for the elderly, whether it's trying to keep our folks staying and wanting to come to Nebraska to live. I'm talking about income tax, corporate tax. We have a lot of things going on in a lot of different committees, but how that all plays into what we're going to talk about today and the next 3 to 4 days on the budget, I need to see that. I want to know how much money's coming to the floor.
1 minute.
I'd like to talk even about the workforce housing. You know, ever since I've been here, when I was business and labor chair, that's the first thing I did. It was my priority bill out of the committee is to give rural housing money to spend to help grow our communities in the rural areas. Well, it's been 6 years. We've been giving it out every single year. More money, more money, more money. But if Senator Wayne and Senator Vargas want some of that money, move it over there. I'm okay with that. I'll share. They've been gracious to us, but there's only so many houses you can get built in so much time. But again, I'm going to be very careful not to strap future legislators with the bills that we are saying are a one-time. Something as large as the Star Wars project is certainly not going to be a one-time. Senator Flood has roads that he wants to build to the different parks.
That's time, Senator.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Albright. Senator Arch would like to welcome 64th grade students from St. Columbakill in Papillion. They are seated in the north balcony. Please rise and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Returning to debate, Senator McDonald, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Getting involved in the discussion earlier on, I did not take time to thank Senator Stinner and Senator Coulterman and Senator Hilkeman for their service on appropriations. For the last 6 years, I've enjoyed working with them, and I've learned a great deal from them, and we've had some good discussions. But I never doubted that I knew their heart was in the right place. They were trying to do its best, agree or disagree, for the state of Nebraska and for the citizens east, west, north, south, not just in their district. And I always appreciated and respected that. And they will be missed now that they're termed out. But again, what they've given us as appropriators and the experience that we gathered from them will move on into the future, and I believe help the citizens. So thank you. Earlier, Senator Friesen was asking about a bill that was introduced by myself years ago, and we were having some discussion on how that worked with military property and the land. The military continues to, of course, own that property, but years ago they said, who's going to manage this property? So at that point, there was some discussions we had where around the base, inside the fence, inside the secured area and outside, there is property that's being managed by outside companies, but again, the land is owned by the base, but therefore they had to start paying property tax. And were they getting the services based on paying that property tax, or was the county at some point saying, well, shouldn't the military be taking care of that? So we were trying to clarify that. So I think that helps what Senator Friesen was trying to discuss earlier, that there is property managers and there is buildings going up. Again, but the land is owned by the military. So back to the discussion and why I'm opposed to Amendment 2344. I believe Senator Sanders has done a good job trying to answer those questions. Of course, Senator Brewer, with his experience and his service to our country, knows more about this than I think most of us can ever learn. But at the same time is when you have people come to you from the military, and they sit with you and they say, we've served all over this country and this world. And you can tell a base where you go and you can tell that the community is either one, putting up with us, just putting up with you, being there. You're trying to serve your country, you and your family are stationed there, and they're just putting up with you. Or the community is opposed to you. They don't want you there. And this is coming from sitting with military people that are currently serving their country in the United States, where they don't want them in their community. Or they said there's communities where you know you're welcomed and they embrace you. They embrace you by how they treat you and your family. That's coming directly from people that are currently serving their country right now. Now, again, my bill had to do with NC3, the next nuclear generation of our nuclear software. I don't know how much more important we can get based on having that and embracing that, since it was given to us in 2018 and the trust was put in Offutt Air Force Base. And learning about that, I think that we should be awful proud that they wanted that to be here in our state. But also, they're saying we have to grow that, and we have to have that private-public partnership. And if we can be last dollar in at 20 million, then they're going to raise the other $60 million, including the city of Bellevue, as I mentioned earlier, with providing the property and the infrastructure off base. So you can have that collaboration. You can have that collaboration where you're bringing in different companies, different military
1 minute.
based, thank you, Mr. President, military based companies that are looking at how do we partner? How do we partner with those people leaving the base in the morning? How do we hire that private sector, which I mentioned earlier? The beginning of this would be well over 400 jobs at an average salary of $170,000. This is the next generation. If in testimony, I discussed this. If I'm a kid out there right now in the state of Nebraska, and we can tell them the future's coming here, and for you to pursue this, and in 3, 4, 5 years when you're graduating, to look at a future inside the Nebraska where you are going to be able to make this kind of difference and protect your fellow citizens and make this kind of impact to the world, as Senator Brewer said, we are protecting the world right now as we speak. We are keeping it from going into World War III because of the work that's going on at Offutt Air Force Base and the people that are serving their country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator Erdman, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. There's been a significant amount of conversation made about how hard the Appropriations Committee works. We all, when I say we all, every one of us on the Appropriations Committee have been there at least 4 years. And at the end of each biennium, we have a choice, and we can choose to move to a different committee or we can stay there. And we've all made that choice to continue on. So we knew after the first 2 years what the process was and what the requirement was. And all committees in this body work hard, all of them. And I appreciate the fact that you recognize that we work hard in appropriations, but I want to tell you that we all do. And every one of us, whatever committee we serve on, have our challenges. And in appropriations this year has been more challenging than the prior years. And Senator Wishart had commented about when we came in 17, we had a deficit of over $1 billion. And some believe that we made cuts, and some believe that we did things to reduce our budget so that we could be balanced. But what we really did was we decreased the amount of increase, and we took out some of the fat. But we really didn't make any cuts about any significance. But we filled in a $1.1 billion hole. And I wasn't on appropriations in 17, but I would say those that were there would have found that to be maybe less arduous than when we have $1 billion to spend. And so we had an enormous amount of bills come to us that we normally don't get because of the money that was available. And we tried to make decisions that made sense, that would be something that the voters would appreciate and the taxpayers would appreciate. And this will be no surprise to any of you in this room that I did not vote for every one of those bills you see in the budget. That's not a surprise to you, because some of this money that we've appropriated, I believe, could have been used differently or maybe better, but it is a committee bill that came out and I voted for it because there are things in that bill that I think are important. And there are things in there that I wasn't appreciative of or voted no. And as has been said on this floor, some will get some things and some won't. And some will be happy with what they get and others are going to be disappointed. but that's the way the negotiation goes. And so at the end of the day, we will make a decision on this budget bill. And as I said, some will think it's a good budget and some won't. This is probably the first budget that I have voted out of committee, because most often I don't have a dog in the fight and a lot of those appropriations don't affect me. But this bill has a lot of things in it that mean something to the people in my district and the people in agriculture. And I thought it was important that I cast my vote in favor of bringing the bill to the floor. So what we're talking about here today, Senator Friesen, thank you. Senator Friesen is striking the appropriations for the Offutt Air Force Base. He wants to make it a discussion issue, and I think it was wise that he bring that up. That's what this is all about. We have a discussion, and then we decide what we should do going forward, and there'll be 25 of us will vote one way or the other, and we'll know what the decision is. And so it's disappointing that a lot of these bills that are on the floor for discussion don't have a committee statement so that you can see what the support was or was not in appropriations. So going forward, I would hope that when a bill comes to the floor, it'll be like other bills, and they'll have a committee statement so that you will know what the support was and who it came from. So we will continue the discussion until we've gotten our questions answered, and then we'll
That's time,
vote.
Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Urban. Senator Matt Hanson, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, colleagues. I rise to continue my thoughts on the overall state of the budget. I think I am inclined to support Senator Friesen's amendment for the moment in order to kind of show, again, if we're going to commit public dollars, it should be for benefit of the whole state. And this does really genuinely appear to be an issue that only selective people who have access to the base can have issue to. And I think in light of our spending priorities and some of our other things, that's something we need to at least examine between general and select. One of the things that I didn't really expect for this debate to turn on to so fast was the two large water infrastructure projects, the lake and the canal. And I didn't vote for the canal. I was skeptical, including I didn't fully understand the base question of where will the canal actually be built? Where will it start and stop? But I was skeptical of its efficacy and its benefit to Nebraska. I did vote for at least the first round of the lake bill because it did seem to be a balance of multiple recreation improvements throughout the state that were going to benefit different regions, and an initial study for here in kind of the Lincoln-Omaha corridor. If what I'm hearing from Appropriations Committee members is that both of those bills are continuing to be rivals of any other spending priorities, any other long-term investments in the state of Nebraska, I'm going to be harder pressed to support either of them on select file. Again, I gave initial approval to the lake bill, so that's something I'll have to kind of seriously consider. And I bring all that up in the sense that we have this opportunity, we do have this opportunity to invest in a lot of things this year. It is between kind of the unique things in terms of direct federal dollars in ARPA, some initial federal investment that has stimulated our economy, some other things. We do realize we have some kind of short-term and one-time money to invest. And that's where I think there's some of these issues and some of these things that a number of us have been working on over the course of our entire careers in the legislature. And I really want to flag and address some of those before we get to some of the things that have really only come up in conversation in the last year and the last few months. For me, a big one is housing. Housing is going to be the thing that I think I staked the second half of my legislative career on, working on it, supporting it in a number of different ways. And including that, the notion of rural workforce housing versus the middle income workforce housing, which between the two bills, you have every city. It's either one's less than 100,000, one's more than 100,000. I have an amendment to increase the amount of funding to middle income housing later. It, granted, is I think the 29th or 45th or something amendment on the budget, so we'll see if we ever get to it. But if that's a discussion about if we have an opportunity to invest, we know access to housing has been an issue It's been an issue to my whole tenure down here. The state of Nebraska seriously has not recovered still from the '08 housing market collapse and all of the ripple effects in terms of construction and that industry on housing in the state. By all estimates, somewhere across the state, we're between 50 and 100,000 units short already. And it's not getting better with supply chain issues and price and increasing costs. I think there's a need, I think there's a desire. And those are things that I know have had a need and desire prior to this availability of federal funds. We've already heard several people, Senator Albright, Senator Williams, speak about rural workforce housing. That's something I've been happy to support in the past. And we saw that, pre-pandemic, we saw that a long time ago. There's an opportunity to continue investing in those areas. Some of these other things that we're hearing of, including in this year, including on some of the water infrastructure projects, I know water security has always been a concern, but I had, literally never heard of this canal or this concept until, several months ago when it was announced. Seeing that being held up as a larger investment and a more hurried priority than something we know we've been struggling with for decades, or my whole tenure down here, is concerning. So again, that's kind of where I'm approaching all of this. I generally don't like to hold up bills as rivals, but sometimes when you're directly talking about the budget and saying we've tied our hands in the budget because of the other bills in select file, and I'll note that many times bills on their own typically just have their own A bills. We don't necessarily make room for it in the budget, so that's already held to a unique standard in my mind. So with that, hopefully we get a vote soon this morning on this First Amendment. We can go from there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Hansen. Senator Brewer, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to shift gears a little bit from talking about the need to tell the story of U.S. Stratcom to talking a little about Offutt itself. So there's two types of reservations, fairly familiar with both of them. The military reservation and Indian reservation. In some ways, they both have the same issues, but for purposes of our discussion here today, the challenge we have with Offutt or any base is that it has to be ready 24/7, 365. Has to be staffed and manned, and they can't leave. So if you're a member of one of those crews that's on alert, when the klaxon goes off, the klaxon is an alarm, you have X amount of time to get to that aircraft and for that aircraft to be airborne. And I said, well, why do you have this limited amount of time? That's the amount of time it takes a Russian submarine off either coast to launch a nuclear missile. Probably a good reason to not be on the ground. But then that airframe has to then be able to assume the responsibility of running the United States government, because it's assumed that Washington, D.C. will be gone. Now, there's a lot of classified things I can't talk about, but just pause for a moment and think about that mission they have. Okay, so they're trapped on this base. And part of the problem with Offutt is it's a small footprint. You take out the unusable parts, the parts that were flooded, the parts that are just for purposes of building something unusable. There's not much left besides the runway and what's there now. We bulldozed the golf course that was on the base to build a new Stratcom headquarters. If we make Offutt a place that's undesirable for airmen, you get a choice. At some point, the government will tell you where to go if there's not enough people that want to go to certain bases. And I would agree with Senator McDonald. I think Offutt sits kind of in the middle. The community doesn't reject them. They support them, tolerate them. I'd like to get to the point where we welcome them so that it becomes a situation that people want to come and will stay here after their time at Offutt is done. But again, that mission they have is so critical to our country, because at some point, those airframes are airborne for an unknown amount of time. Again, it's classified how long they can stay airborne, but you can make a lot of trips back and forth to Europe on that amount of time that they could stay airborne. The reason why STRATCOM came to Omaha was it has always been a bomber command, a strategic command location. I mean, it built the bombers in World War II. If you go up there and look at the giant building, which is really the recreation facility now, that's where the bombers were built, rolled out, and then took off from. So there's a history with Offutt that goes back to the Second World War, of where they were very strategic to the United States. If you look at these projects, they're not extreme projects. They're just things that help keep a facility that's reasonable for folks to have available to use. And the military has a very fine focus of preparing to go to war, to find, fix, and kill the enemy. As I said earlier, all you got to do is turn on the evening news and see what's happening in the Ukraine, and you can see the potential that not just Europe, the whole world is subject to those kind of things. And they are the guardians. They are that dome of freedom that makes sure that we don't have cruise missiles crashing into buildings. So I would just ask that you think carefully about not funding Offutt. I think it's important for Nebraska, it's important for Omaha, and it's important for our country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. Senator Wayne, you're recognized, and this is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I've been thinking since I got off the mic earlier, I think the problem, what I'm hearing from multiple people coming up, is that we don't have a full picture. And here's what I'll say about committee process. Many times a bill comes out of our committee. I mean, just think of Land Bank, how many times that died because of Speaker Hildreth the first 3 years I was here. We just don't always just approve stuff just because it came out. We have amendments, we kill bills, we change things. We do it all the time on the floor. But this is unprecedented amount of extra dollars, at least that I can recall in this legislature. So the process has to be different. So I just want to open up a crazy idea that I want to take this to 8 hours and get on a cloture vote. And I want us not to pass cloture. We won't get to the ARPA bill until next week. We can't vote on something unless we see the language. None of us have a clear picture. Let's bring everything to the floor and let's have a conversation about where we're going. It takes 17 votes to stop the budget process. Nothing against the committee. It's just that if I had a bill that's unprecedented in my committee, I'm going to recognize it is going to be totally different than any other process. But we need to have that conversation because the spreadsheet that I got doesn't match what the paper reported, doesn't match the amendment that I actually saw in the committee as it relates to North Omaha. Because actually it was every census tract across the state, and that a minimum amount will go to South Omaha and a minimum amount will go to North Omaha, which is not actual language on the spreadsheet. My point is we don't have a clear picture. I don't know enough about the healthcare fund that I would love to have a conversation more about. And we're going to continue to have this conversation. But unless we know where all the cash is really going and what's out there and what projects, we're not on appropriations. We don't know all the other projects, but there seems to be angst about where we're going. And because of the amount of dollars, we're talking 1.7 billion in extra money. 1.7 billion. We should be able to see a clear picture of where we're going. And the only way to do that is to start now. If we pass this bill on general file, we create the funds and we actually start the process. If you ever try to do an amendment on just this bill, you have to do an amendment on all three bills because they're all tied together. So colleagues, I'm asking for a few people to step up. And I'm asking for people who say they care about North and South Omaha to step up, to say, let's halt everything. This is the biggest issue we are going to be dealing with. The biggest issue that is transformative for this state. And we don't have a clear picture, and we're going to nibble our way through it until we get to a final reading and we say, hey, we forgot. Or hey, we missed something. Or hey, we didn't have a clear picture. That's all I'm asking for. I don't like that we're giving private contractors who are supposed to maintain these extra dollars because they didn't maintain them on a facility that not everybody can access. Got a problem with that. But my bigger problem is everybody kept saying North Omaha is going to get something. But the amendment, the paper, and what I was told personally were actually three different things yesterday. And that's what everybody's saying. What's the big picture? The only way we get the big picture is to stop it. And here's why I know that's possible. Because Senator Coulterman stood up last week and stopped a bill out of telecommunications and said, go back and have a hearing. That we got to get a full picture. But if we did that for a simple dig call hotline, how come we're not doing that for the $1.7 billion transformative money that we are going to have in this body? So I think it's important. So we'll have 8 hours on this bill, but all we have to do is stop one bill. And if you're afraid of voting on the main budget line, you don't have to. Let's just stop this bill, bring everything out and have a broader conversation so we're not just seeing spreadsheets as we move down this process. Let's have a broader conversation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is my first time talking on the budget, and I appreciate everybody's comments so far. And Senator Erdman, your comments made me think I think it's called the compliment sandwich, where you say something nice and then something bad and something nice, or it's like a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. So I appreciate the work of the committee, obviously. I do think it is a big task. I agree with what Senator Wayne just said, though, that this is a big endeavor, big project to undertake, spending this amount of money, and that we are having a very, I think, robust conversation, thanks to Senator Friesen, Senator Wayne, and others, with Senator Sanders and Senator Brewer about this particular section. I think it's section 5 of the bill, that is one small portion of this. I think it's $20 million, $30 million, $30 million total on that section. And I think we should have that level of conversation about all of the sections of this bill, everything. Those of us who don't sit on the committee and don't do all of that work that is much lauded, aren't privy to all the hearings. We don't know what didn't get put in here necessarily, unless we proposed one of the things that didn't get put in. And we don't really know all the justification for all of the things that are put in here. And so I think it is important to stop, to slow down, to have that conversation on every little piece of this budget. And as to Senator McDonald, did, I thought, a nice job of describing the necessity and the value of the NC3, I think is what it's described as. It's a $20 million investment that I just did some quick math. He said would create 400 jobs at an average salary of $170,000 a year, which is about $68 million in payroll generated by a $20 million investment that is actually going to be, as he said, the last dollars in, which means $40 million of other investment. So a $60 million project that's going to generate $68 million in payroll year over year. And that's not the houses that these folks are going to buy. That's not the groceries that these folks are going to buy with these jobs. And so that is the type of thing, and the conversation we need to put in context when we're having these conversations is we are making investments in the state of Nebraska. We're making investments, and we need to make a decision about which ones are the best and going to get us the most return on investment. And so Senator McDonald made that argument, articulated the necessity for that as it pertains to that project. And I think it's important that we make sure that we talk about that. These projects, everything that's in here, perhaps we would all agree with all of them. There may be some that some people just don't like for certain reasons, but the question is not whether or not you like a project, whether or not you think it has value. The question is whether it is one of the things that you're going to put ahead of other projects, whether it is your top priority, where it falls in the order of priority. And that is hard to understand without the whole picture, without understanding what other things we're spending. And Senator Wayne is 100% correct that we've gotten some information about the other portion of this conversation we're having, which is the ARPA funds. That is difficult to tell exactly how that money is going to be spent and where it's going to go and how it's going to address these priorities. And so it's important that we slow down, that we have these conversations, that we talk about every individual piece, because even if you like every project, I'm sitting here looking, I see the YRTC Kearney project. I'm looking at the back of Senator Lowe's head. You might agree with that project 100%. He's nodding his head. Of course, he agrees with that project. But ultimately, if we fund that project, that's $15 million, $15,046,000 that can't go to something else. And that needs to be having that conversation in the whole context of everything that we're talking about. So I think it is, I appreciate everyone slowing down, talking about these parts. I very much appreciate Senator Brewer and Senator Sanders
1
standing
minute.
up, thank you, Mr. President, and explaining to us the justification and necessity as they see it for this project. I don't know where I'm at on Senator Friesen's amendment yet, because I'm still I'm sitting here going through all these other line items and putting things together and writing notes on things. It is coming fast. I'll push my light again because I actually rose to talk about something else. But I think it's important that we talk about every single section of this, and it's not an attack on the Appropriations Committee. It's not an attack on any one project. It is about having all of us take the responsibility and the due diligence of understanding the budget before we approve it and before we pass on other projects that could have been funded and other things that need funding, and make sure that this is the best budget that we as a body of 49 individuals can come to together for the state of Nebraska going forward in this bigger, more complex context of having the ARPA funds as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Ben Hansen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I just want to thank the Appropriations Committee for all the time and work they put into this. Anybody who's looked through this book can tell that they've spent a lot of time and a lot of effort trying to, I think, carefully spend taxpayer money. And so I appreciate the fact that they are very thorough with this. I also want to just echo a little bit what Senator Kavanaugh just said about our ability as representatives of the people in our district to make sure that we ask appropriate questions, make sure that we do scrutinize every aspect of the budget, because I think that's our job. And it is not a knock on the Appropriations Committee. It's just us making sure that every dollar that somebody works and it comes to us, that we spend it appropriately. I just do have a couple questions for Senator Stinner, if he would yield, please.
Senator Stinner, would you yield?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Just more of a procedural or a kind of process question. Is there a reason why the Appropriations Committee does not vote on the bills that are included in the budget, like in the booklet here?
We are actually the only committee that has a time commitment, okay? And during our process, there's probably, I'd say in a short session like this, we probably had, I'm going to guess, about 100 items that we had to decide on. So we used a faster mechanism so that on the 40th day, we actually can put a budget to the floor. Now, on other bills outside of this, unless somebody asks for an actual count, a recordation, and we do that from time to time, Senator will request a roll call. But if we had to roll call everything, we'd probably be here till like August.
Okay. All right. And this is maybe what question for Senator Williams, but maybe you can answer it. When it comes to the University Innovation Agriculture Facility, do we know how much that's going to cost the taxpayer after we build the building?
After you build the building, this is an accompanying building to a structure that will bring in jobs you'll actually gain. And it has to be matched by the university to 25 million and 25 million. So you will have jobs being created and taxes being paid by those folks who have the jobs.
Jobs as in like people who like innovate and...
First of all, to build it, okay, there's jobs there. Second of all, once they build these structures, 165 jobs will be created that are scientists, PhDs, those type of folks will come in and actually do the research. But we need to have a mechanism to take that research to actual products and services. That's what the second level is. It's kind of an incubator type of thing.
The jobs that we do create, who pays for those jobs?
Research grants. They are not to be taken out of the state budget.
Okay.
This is all research.
Okay. And when it comes to the military base development fund that pertains to the amendment, I think that we're talking about here, is it typical? Again, this is more because I just maybe don't know. Is it typical for us to fund federal facilities?
I would say this, and I asked that question, and other communities have done these public-private partnerships before. If you want to make your way through BRAC, the communities that do these types of projects, enhance these facilities, show that they want to participate in an active role
1 minute.
in maintaining jobs and people there. Those are the ones that usually survive BRAC.
Okay. And when you say communities, are those local communities, or is that you're talking about the state?
Well, Cheyenne has a big, which I'm very much familiar with. They participate on an ongoing basis in different developments around the base, on the base, to make sure that they have an adequate facility to attract and retain the people there, because there are families that live there.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate you answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen and Senator Stinner. Senator Greigert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just felt it is my duty to get up and talk a little bit about this Offutt Air Force Base after spending 40 years in the military and traveling around the world to a lot of Air Force bases. Spent 4 years on Travis Air Force Base in California. Of course, geographic location is very important. Yeah, a lot of things go into the decision of why Offutt Air Force Base is where it's at. But I got to tell you, after traveling around and visiting many Air Force bases, Offutt Air Force Base has its mission. But more importantly, Offutt Air Force Base isn't there for Sarpy County or Bellevue, Nebraska. They reap the benefits maybe being right next door, but Offutt Air Force Base is there for the state of Nebraska and more importantly, our nation. The geographic location is strategic for why it's there. We need to look at this, as was stated earlier. This is an investment in keeping this base in Nebraska. I can't imagine the defense spending that goes on and comes to Nebraska because of Offutt Air Force Base. And again, some of these bases that were closed, when I was in the military in the 1980s, Air Force bases and military bases were starting to be closed down because of where they really needed anymore. Offutt Air Force Base went through that, but a lot of bases were closed down for many different decisions or reasons. But in that decision-making process was the condition of that base. It's important for us to put a little into the investment of Offutt to keep it in Nebraska. We oftentimes don't realize really the importance and until discussion today, probably a lot of us really didn't know how important Offutt Air Force Base is to Nebraska. If I can, I'll just kind of correlate some of my experiences with the 4 deployments I made to the Middle East with the Army National Guard, Nebraska. Nebraska invests into the National Guard as it should into Offutt. And I seen some of the best aircraft. I got to fly some of the best aircraft because of the maintenance that was provided in Nebraska, because Nebraska put money towards that maintenance. We look out for Nebraskans, especially in the National Guard, and that's just another way to say we're committed to the military and we're willing to put some money and invest money back into the military and keep those bases and that military installation here in Nebraska. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Greigert. Senator Erdman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon or good morning again. I guess it is still morning. Unless I left the wrong impression, I'm not trying to say that the Appropriations Committee did not work hard, did not accomplish their purpose. They did. The point I was trying to make, we all committees work hard. And I was reminded by one of the Appropriations Committee members that we did make some cuts in 17. But the point is this, every one of those agencies that we may have taken money from or decreased the increase are still here. None of them failed. None of them went away. That's the point. all right? And I would be remiss if I didn't comment about the committee statements in appropriation, all right? Senator Stenner said if we didn't vote by 5 hands, we'd be here till August. There was a significant number of bills that I requested a record vote. And it may have taken 2 minutes, maybe 3, to take those votes. I went into Appropriations Committee office here a week ago and asked to get a copy of all the recorded votes. I've never seen that. So what I'm trying to tell you is, if the Appropriations Committee think it takes too much time, how does that circumvent the rule? And the rule says every committee shall have a committee statement. How does that circumvent the rule? How does it circumvent the Constitution that says all votes shall be recorded so that someone in the public can review your vote? How does it circumvent that? It doesn't. Every bill that shows up on this floor should have a committee statement no matter how long it takes. That's the rule. And Senator Stenner's right. We do a lot of show of hands of 5, and if you get 5, you move on. Most often, those bills aren't, it's an amendment or some other portion of the bill we're talking about. It's not significant enough to have it recorded. But in every one of your other committees, when there's amendment, there's a recorded vote. And when the bill comes to the floor, there's a record vote that shows who supported, who voted yes, who didn't vote, and who voted no. Appropriations doesn't get a pass. Appropriations Committee doesn't get a pass on having committee statements. But we've allowed this for years, and we just think it's normal. It's not. So going forward, we need to figure out how to implement, and we also need to figure out how to enforce the rules that are in our book, that are in the rules book. We have to have a committee statement. There are 2 bills that you've seen yesterday that came from Appropriations 977 and 1163. Both of those bills have a committee statement. This bill today, 1012, had a committee statement. They can do it. It's not impossible.
1 minute.
It's not difficult. It doesn't take till August. That has been one of the things that has bothered me ever since the first day I walked into Appropriations. You, as the body here, when you're considering a bill, should know exactly what the support was in the committee. But you don't. And you won't be able to see that I voted against the trails and other things that I voted against as well. But that is water under the bridge. But going forward, we need to fix this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator McKinney, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the balance of my time to Senator Wayne.
Senator Wayne, you're yielded 454.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McKinney. Senator Erdman, I agree with you. So what we do in our committee, and I think every committee, is we vote on each bill that we want to advance, and then we vote on a big package at the end. And that way you can go through and read each committee amendment separately, a part of the big package. And I recall this issue came up 3 years ago, and Speaker Scheer at that time said this is how all the committees should do it. And every committee has done it since then, except for appropriations. Colleagues, that just goes back to my point that today, I don't know if we'll take a vote on any of these amendments. There's one amendment about standing bear I'd like to take a vote on. I probably will file a motion to recommit just to see how many people are willing to recommit this. It's not a negative. It's just, this is unprecedented times. with unprecedented amount of dollars. And I don't think we should nitpick and move along real fastly on some parts, slowly on the other parts, because then we get discombobulated. And I'll tell you the best example of this, in which I was 100% against, was 1107. If you remember how this body did 1107 is, we put everything together and moved them together. That way, everybody who maybe didn't trust on one side got to see everything move together so everybody can get to the finish line at the end. But I'm supposed to go on blind faith that North and South Omaha are going to get their dollars when we don't have it. And people may think that all I've talked about is North and South Omaha. On the mic, yes. But look at the bills I introduced. I think there should be a standing bear museum. I think in the Niobrara area, that is a draw for tourism that we need, that it doesn't make sense that I can go to South Dakota and see standing bear artifacts. That makes no sense to me. And there is a national draw for that. That should be funded. I had a bill on that. I think when we move out in the Chadron area in Fort Robinson, the history of not only Native Americans, but African-American soldiers, we should invest in that area. I've always called it like the triangle, starting with Ogallala, going to Niobrara, going to Fort Robinson. That is an area we should invest in. That it doesn't make sense when I cross the border going to South, there is camping and hunting and fishing just everywhere. And then when I come back to Nebraska, that's not as big or not as much. I introduced bills on all that. But I had to pick a priority. My priority was North and South Omaha. But I have an amendment to try to get a film done for Standing Bear. It's about all Nebraska. My only point is if there is committee statements that need to be read, which I think we should have copies of, you wouldn't let my committee get away with that. If we have unprecedented amount of dollars in an unprecedented time, why aren't we seeing the whole chess piece? Why aren't we seeing the whole puzzle? So at the beginning, when I said we should slow down, it was because I wanted to see the whole board. I don't want the board tucked away in a committee and then we come to the floor and we can't see it. I might let go, even though I'm not necessarily in favor of having a selected group of taxes go to an organization that won't allow all Nebraskans to access it. But in the grand scheme of things, if things are moving and overall the picture is better for Nebraska, I might not die on the sword for it.
1 minute.
But I can't see that. I don't see the board. How's Grand Island play into this? How does North Platte play into this? How do we fund rail projects but not maybe inland ports? That leaves out Sydney because Sydney's looking at inland ports. Maybe we should put some money there. How are we going to take care of all Nebraska if we piecemeal this process without looking at the whole board? That's why it's important that we stand right here. We stand strong on this one. If we don't, then we're not going to be able to stop it once it starts going. Trust me, I got rolled on 1107. Once you start getting rolled over with the bus, you can't stop it. They just keep backing up and keep going over you. This is the only place to stop it. And I'm saying use 1107 as an example. Move everything together so everybody can trust the process. And we can't do that in the current process we're in.
Time,
Thank you,
Senator.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne and Senator McKinney. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with that statement about, well, again, everything, but in general, the committee statements would be helpful. But I originally rose last time to talk about the Perkins County Canal Project Fund. It's been brought up, I think, by a few folks. But the thing that jumped out at me in the particular appropriation here is obviously, I think everybody recalls, I had my questions and concerns about the canal project as we moved the original bill that I think remain unanswered. But so the part that leapt out at me in the appropriation is that the funds, any money in the Perkins County Canal Project Fund, where's the, okay, for the department shall use the funds for design, engineering, permitting, and options to purchase land related to building a canal outlined by the South Platte River Compact and the contract with an independent firm for the purpose of completing a study on such canal. The study shall include, but may not be limited to, the following: cost of the completion of the canal and adjoining reservoirs as outlined in the compact, timeline for completion of the canal and adjoining reservoirs as outlined in the compact, cost effectiveness study examining alternatives, including alternatives that may reduce environmental and fiscal impacts, and the impact of the canal on drinking water supplies for the cities of Lincoln and Omaha. So the reason that jumped out at me is we were having a conversation. We had the question, actually it says in our briefing book or on page 8, that the governor's budget recommended $400 million for the cash reserve fund and $100 million from ARPA funds for the canal. And I appreciate the work that the committee has done to cut that number down to $53,500,000, although I still think that that number may be a bit high. And the reason is what this money is for, among other things, is to study whether we should do this canal, to study whether or not there is an alternative to this canal that has less of a negative impact on the environment, make sure that, and there's the most cost-effective method. The impacts of the canal on drinking water of Lincoln and Omaha. Of course, we should make sure, and not just Lincoln and Omaha, but anybody along the path as well. These are questions that should be determined, we should understand fully before we are appropriating large sums of money towards this project. What if we conduct these studies and find all of these things in the negative, meaning that there is a less costly way to do something, that there is a less environmentally impactful or way to attain these water rights, that if we do this canal, it will adversely affect the water rights of Lincoln and Omaha, the water supply of Lincoln and Omaha. And then we've already appropriated $53 million and optioned land in Colorado, prepared engineering studies for a canal that will not be built. We're moving very quickly, as we've all talked about. A lot of people have talked about how quickly, Senator Erdman talks about it a lot, how quickly we're moving. But in this particular project, we were attempting to spend $500 million before we'd done any of the homework, before we'd made any determinations about whether we should undertake this project at all. And those are not even the questions that I've asked about whether or not, if we build this, if we will actually get the water that we're talking about and being promised. And so those are questions that need to be answered. And is there an appropriate amount of money to make those determinations, to do that research, to make those findings? There probably is. This is a serious project. I've said before that there's a serious need to make sure that we secure our water rights in Western Nebraska and for the whole state of Nebraska going forward, and making sure that we have access to water that we are entitled to. But we need to answer a lot of questions before we spend all of that money to do that. And we should not just appropriate a large chunk of money because we have it, because there are other ongoing projects. There are other projects that may be more timely. Thank you, Mr. President. There may be other projects that we could undertake now with some of that $53 million, $53,500,000 that we could appropriate this year to use for projects that are necessary now, for some of the projects that Senator Wayne just talked about, some of these other projects that we could be spending that money on that we shouldn't be spending on a project that we haven't done our homework on yet. So the appropriation specifically lays out the things, some of the things, I actually think we need to do more than this, but it lays out some of the things that we need to do, we should do before we appropriate a large chunk of money, $53 million that we are not ready to appropriate, we should not be appropriating. I appreciate the committee's work to cut that number down from $500 million to that $53 million, but I do think it should probably be a lower number. I'll push my light and get back in. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Members, Senator Hilkeman would like to introduce 63 fourth graders from Cottonwood Elementary in Omaha. They are seated in the north balcony. Would you please rise and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature? Returning to debate, Senator Mosier, you're recognized.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. President. So for those of you who are at home kind of wondering where we're going with all this, the Appropriations Committee spends hours sorting through all the possible expenses that the state could fund, and they come up with a recommendation usually based on the budget that the governor originally recommended, and then they advance it to the floor for us to talk about. And for all the work that goes into putting that budget together, it's pretty easy to understand how some members of the Appropriations Committee would feel a little bit askew. They take a kind of a sideways look at people sniping at their budget. But this is kind of our time to talk about it. Those Appropriations Committee members have a lot of power in that committee because what they say usually happens. And so, those of you who at home that are trying to score what's happening here, it's pretty hard to diagram the debate. My principles for moving forward would be that we don't spend ourselves into a corner. We don't raise our base expenses so much that in future years we have to have cuts in order to balance the budget. And since we have the windfall of ARPA and some of these funds, we had the asteroid that struck the Earth, COVID, and we're trying to recover from that. That was the bad part. Okay, the good part is we've got ARPA money that we can use to try to help recover from the damages that COVID did to our economy and to our citizens. But I think we want to spend that ARPA money on things that are one-time expenses, not to create new programs that we're going to have to fund every year. And I think we should bank some of that. Looking out into the future, the predictions are that our revenue is going to be flat or possibly negative. In other words, it would go down. And if we've increased our base and then we have revenue that goes down, we're going to have a big pinch. And it's not good business. It's not good budgeting to put yourself into a situation like that. Be like buying a house that you can't afford, and then when the taxes come due, you can't afford to pay the taxes, and then pretty soon you're in trouble. You need to plan, what we can afford to spend, what our revenues probably are going to be, and then make that fit. So this is going to take hours, and I don't begrudge anybody spending the time to get it right. We're spending $5 billion, however long it takes, it takes. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mosier. Mr. Clerk for items.
Mr. President, amendments to be printed, Senator Wayne to LB 1011 and 1013. Mr. President, Senator Wishart will move to recess the body until 1:30 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion to recess until 1:30. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. We are in recess. The queue will be kept for after lunch.
Attention senators, the legislature is scheduled to reconvene in 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to George W. Norris Legislative Chamber. The afternoon session about to reconvene. Senators, please record your presence. Roll call. Mr. Clerk, please record.
I have a quorum present, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do you have any items for the record?
2 items, amendments, Senator Lathrop to LB 519, Senator Brandt to LB 741. That's all that I have, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. While the legislation is in session and capable of transacting business, I propose to sign and do hereby sign the following 3 legislative resolutions, number 318, 319, and 320. Members could please come to order. The speaking queue has been preserved from this morning. Senator Hilkeman to be followed by Senator Jacobson, John Kavanaugh, and Senator McKinney. Senator Hilkeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. Rise, I haven't spoken much today on this, but there were some comments were made about the new USDA project that was approved in this budget for $25 million was brought by Senator Williams. And I'm going to just share with you a little bit my 8 years experience here. That 8 years ago, when I came to this body, there was an appropriation for $25 million for the Innovation Campus of revolving type funds. And they took us on a little trip out to see the Innovation Campus back then. And frankly, it was just basically level dirt. And I thought, wow, I can't believe what they went 25 minutes. They needed to sell me on it. There was one, they took us to one greenhouse type of a facility that they had there at the time. And of course, there was some of the remodeling that had been done on some of the barns, and there were structures that were there. But I thought, wow, I'm surprised. But we kick-started that. We gave them the $25 million. And I've been to the Innovation Campus several times for different events over the course of the 8 years here. But 2 weeks ago, we were given a tour of the Innovation Campus again. Wow. to see what has happened with that innovation campus today. Full restaurant, cafeteria there to have dinner, new hotels going out, could be managed by the Marriott. And we went to the Innovation Commons and we saw the different industries there have been companies that have started there and have already been publicly sold. And we went to one of the surgical images type of the company there that's developing a laser type robot surgery, state of the art. And this company too is growing and will someday probably become bought out and become a public company. 8 years ago when we went, we found out that almost all of what was occupied at the Innovation Campus was the university itself. Now, over 50% of the Innovation Campus is rented out or used by facilities other than the university. So we look at $25 million project, one-on-one dollars. Believe me, with what has happened, we're going to get our money back and more and more and more with that investment in the Innovation Campus. At the same time, 8 years ago, I actually carried a bill for UNMC for the IXL project. It was a $25 million expenditure, very big expenditure. It's for simulated learning. We had to learn a little bit about what I was sponsoring. Took a trip out to Ohio, to Toledo, Ohio, to look at a project. That IXL has now been completely developed, and if you ever get an opportunity to take a tour of the IXL, please do. That $25 million that we invested, before it was even done, they'd had money from the private individuals for over $100 million. And then they ended up getting, the CDC took another portion of it, adding another $25 million. So that $25 million of public-private money that we invested as a legislature into our University of Nebraska has parlayed into a world-class, a world-leading educational facility for our medical students that we will use across our state and around the world as the Davis Global Learning Center. There were attempts at that time to take that $25 million and put it into the Property Tax Relief Fund. Had to withstand that on the final reading. I'm so glad I thought about what that $25 million would have been to the Property Tax Relief Fund. Some people would have gotten a few dollars to think what that's done for our University of Nebraska. So I've seen what dollars invested at the university have done. And I can tell you that I feel that any dollar that we expend there, that they spend it wisely, and that they're growing our economy, they're growing jobs.
That's time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hilkeman. Senator Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the body. I first too want to just echo my thanks to the Appropriations Committee for the work that they've done. I'm still trying to imagine what kind of person it takes to spend 5 days a week in committee hearings and weekends and late nights, particularly this year, to deal with all of the spending requests, and certainly when you start looking at the dollars that they had to work with and try to allocate. I can also appreciate the concerns of the rest of the members of the body on wanting to get their input into each of these bills, and it makes sense to do so. And hopefully we're going to get to the finish line, and we're going to get to what we think maybe is fair at the end of the day. I do want to specifically comment about a couple of things. One thing that was raised by Senator John Kavanaugh earlier this morning with regard to Perkins County Canal. As you recall, that project, the governor had requested $500 million, which is basically to do most of the work on the canal. The committee has scaled that way back to $53.5 million. Those dollars would basically be used coming from the cash reserve It would go to the Department of Natural Resources to contract with an independent firm to determine the cost of the canal, the potential for water that could be diverted, and the timeline for permitting the drinking water benefits that may exist for cities such as Lincoln and Omaha from the canal's construction. Those findings are to be done by the end of this year. We talked a lot about feasibility studies. That's what this is. This is a feasibility study. The dollars would also be used to option the land. I would tell you that if you start doing a feasibility study and you start figuring out where the canal is going to go, if you don't have the option on the land, it's going to get pretty expensive at the end of the day. So it's incredibly important you have the land at least optioned before you purchase it, or you're going to have a lot of difficulty in being able to get that price where it needs to be. So I think that that $53.5 million is critically important. We are on a timeline. Colorado's not waiting. They're moving forward and continue to allocate water and structures that are going to divert that water. The time for talking is long past. We've got to make a decision this year with the dollars that are available. Are we going to move forward and stare Colorado down and get our water? Or are we going to go forward and just say, we don't need that water, Colorado, we surrender, you can have it? I think this is a very important project. Speaking of feasibility studies, I know Senator Wayne has raised this many times, and I respect Senator Wayne in terms of his intellect and the issues that he brings up. And for the most part, we agree on a lot of things. I would tell you that as we start looking at the rail park, LB 788, I would refer you to, there is a feasibility study that's been conducted for the North Platte Hershey area. My staff will be getting you a copy of the feasibility study. This feasibility study goes into how North Platte would utilize $30 million to begin their project. We've already optioned 25, we already have available under contract 25 acres where the current rail park facility had been between North Platte and Hershey. There's also ability to get another 294 acres, basically get us up to 300-acre site. North Platte, as you know, is the home of the UP rail yard. And because that rail yard's been there, we've been restricted on the ability to get any more spurs. So there's only one spur, and that went to the Greenbrier site, which is where the site is that North Platte plans to use to build that rail park facility. It's also the site where they intend to get Inland Port Authority to be able to do that as well. When you look at the access to rail, access to the interstate, access to Highway 83 north and south, it's a perfect site for this in the middle of the state. But with that said, we're ready to move forward. There is a feasibility study done. You'll get a copy of the feasibility. We're ready to move forward to build out the site.
1 minute.
We're also prepared, thank you, Mr. President. We're also prepared and worked with a number of companies who are prepared to come in and begin construction. This is a game changer for our part of the state. If we're going to try to keep the exodus of people from leaving western Nebraska, moving to Lincoln and Omaha, and overburdening your school system to cause you to build new schools, let's keep them in the schools that are already built in our part of the state and create quality jobs. And we think that's what will happen if this can get done. So I'd appreciate your green vote as we move forward. I'm going to be generally supportive of the Appropriations Committee's recommendations and hope you consider this as we move through. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Jacobson. Senator John Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Senator Jacobson, for your, I'd say, on-point relevant comments to my previous comments. I appreciate people engaging on a very substantive way about this conversation. And that response certainly does give me something to think about, bringing in relevant content as to how we talk about what is the appropriate amount of money to spend here. And my comments, of course, were to the suggestion, the position that we should do the study before we allocate a larger sum of money. And Senator Jacobson, I think, correctly pointed out that sometimes when you delay conduct, it can end up costing you more money. And so that's one of those questions of when do you allocate the money, what time value of money, I think is what they call it, where the cost of things go up over time. If you don't spend it now, you'd spend it later. And that's one of the arguments that we've had on a lot of these big investment projects, is that the Perkins County Canal would have cost us a lot less money a long time ago. Senator Hughes actually pointed out about how much Lake McConaughey cost at the time, and we've gotten so much value out of McConaughey in the generation since we built it and made that huge investment. So those are relevant considerations, and those are important things to talk about as we decide how to spend this money and when to spend it. And my point about raising these questions is that and I think Senator Jacobson just had passed out, it looks like a feasibility study that he was just talking about, and I look forward to looking at. But we have a lot of these things we've examined, we've gone through, we've talked about, Senator Wayne talked about, they've got a plan and a study for how to invest in North Omaha, and that when we choose to spend money on things like the site preparation, purchase, land options for the canal, we are choosing not to spend it on something else. And on this particular case, and there may be others if I go through with a fine-tooth comb, which I'd like to have the time to continue to do, but if you go through it, you see that this is one in particular where we haven't done all of the requisite homework, where we haven't made those determinations. And my point is, why are we optioning land if we are not certain that we're going to build it? And I know everybody says we need to build it. This is important. This is a really big project. This is transformational, generational, forward-looking, all those sorts of things. But the point of the articulation of the study in this bill itself says it is in question as to whether this is the right thing to do. There is a question that needs to be answered before we spend this money. And so if you want to spend the money on this, I think, I've said it repeatedly, I probably in the end will support the canal at some point in the future, because I think that there has been articulated a long-term look at perspective as to why we should do this and how important it is that we secure that amount of water, the rights to that water in perpetuity, and we perfect that right to ensure that we have that water. However, we need to make sure that we are doing it right. We're going through the paces. We're making sure that when we build this project, we do it in the right way. We do it in the least impactful way to the environment, to the water supply of our communities, that we get the maximum benefit for the least cost, and that we guarantee that we actually get that. And I think those questions remain unanswered, and that would be helpful to engage in this study that's laid out in the bill here before we become pot committed. We go put more money in after this money, that we should only put in the amount of money required to execute the study, to make those determinations, answer those questions before we start putting up the rest of the money. And once we have all those questions answered, yes, there will be a substantial investment required, much more than the $53 million, $53,500,000 that is currently in this budget. But as we said before, the original request was $500 million, and we've had thank you, Mr. President, had conversations that it really probably will be more than that. But we can't answer any of those questions. We can't say what the true cost is. We can't say what the true hurdles are unless and until we engage in this type of objective, impartial, outside research answering these questions. And we should do that before we commit all of this money, and before we commit money that we have now. And we shouldn't just commit money just because we have it. We should make sure that we're making the smartest investments in the time that we make them to the things that get us a maximum benefit, like some of the projects that have been talked about here today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator McKinney.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield my time to Senator Wayne.
Senator Wayne, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McKinney. We're back after lunch, feeling great. Everybody got a little energy. I just wanted to let everybody know, I now know why my feasibility study that we put out for the North Omaha plan was not accepted. I did not print it in color. If I had to print it in color, we wouldn't have to go through and create a new committee and do all this extra work. So I've learned. We even use the same font, and it's about the same size of paper. So yep, just the color part that I forgot to do. I'll remember that next time. Colleagues, we're still talking about AM 2344. Again, in no way am I saying that we are here not to support the military. I do got a couple of questions for Senator McDonald, if he would yield.
Senator McDonald, yield, please.
Yes.
Senator McDonald, has the NC3 already been established and started?
NC3 was awarded to the state of Nebraska through the Air Force in, I believe, 2018.
And they are currently housed in the STRAPCOM new facility?
I don't know exactly where they're housed.
So what is the difference without, I don't want to say where because it might be top secret. What is the difference in the facility they have now versus the facility you're trying to help facilitate?
So based on the $80 million facility that would bring private and the military and private money into, and the military money and the private sector working together to look at our next generation of software for our nuclear mission.
Has construction already started on this project?
No, the city of Bellevue is looking at sites because they're also part of the partnership. They would have $5+ million into land and infrastructure.
So you're proposing about 5 times what the city is proposing to put in?
No, well, the city is we're looking at 20 million. The city's looking at $5+ million. The remainder coming from the private sector.
So 4 times. I'm just trying to get the number right. So we talk about North Omaha, whatever the city puts in for Omaha, we can do 4 times. So I appreciate that. The reason why I was asking those questions is the body, thank you, Senator McDonald, the body always gets upset about TIF, right? We always talk about the but-for test. My question to you all is, what but-for test is going to happen on golf courses? What but-for test is going to happen on improvements? What real data do we have but for we make these improvements, all of this is going to go away? When you look at the NC3 project, I think that'll happen either way. I think we can lower the amount or eliminate the amount. I'm not opposed to it. I think we should, as a state, develop in next generation technology, although I'm against nuclear weapons. I do believe that but for has not been answered when it comes to many of the things we're going to talk about. Many of the things where we talk about putting money into water, but for if that doesn't happen, if you were in natural resources, we kind of heard clearly but for from the AG in their perspective and their opinion. We may disagree, but they at least made a case for the but for. What I don't see in the underlining bill when it comes to this particular sections of landscaping, lakes, and by the way, the construction on the lake has already started. I know I can print out the document because they actually bid it over a year ago, and I was one of the contractors who did not bid on it. My point is there's already been federal allocation dollars. Those projects are going to happen. In addition to that, why are we, and I'm going to say it again, supplementing private contractors who already have the contract to maintain those housing units? In what other world are we doing that? And we can't just say because it's Stratcom, because it's the base. There has to be more. So what I'm going to ask everybody to do, including challenging me on 1024 when or if it comes up, ask me the but for. And if I don't have the data and I don't have the testimony and I make sure that I don't have that information for you, don't vote for it. But nobody can tell me improvement on, and if you never play Willow Lakes Golf Course, it's actually a really good golf course. I've actually played there multiple times. What improvements are really going to change that to keep a serviceman or woman to stay here? By changing the track and field, what are they? They don't compete high school track and field. I mean, it's literally just a track that people sometimes run around. They already did a renovation on their field house. And again, not every Nebraskan can access that. In fact, most Nebraskans can't. That's what I'm saying here and why we should vote for AM 2344. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Wayne. I see no further discussion on the amendment. Senator Friesen, recognized to close on AM 2344.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I think we've had a pretty good discussion on this amendment at least, and we've covered portions of the other parts of the bill, but I think we'll probably get a little further into some of the others yet. But one thing I just want everybody to be thinking about as we move forward here and we're doing this, we're looking at all of the different funding things that we've have proposed in front of us here, and which one rise to the priority that we as state senators should make sure we fund. And when I go through this list again, I'm kind of with Senator Wayne. I'm trying to figure out why we need to do the track and field and a parade ground and walking trail, base lake improvements, rooftop gardens, those types of things. And it's on a military base where the average citizen can't use it. And we do support our military. We have authorized funds over and over and over again to help make Omaha a better place for our military that serves there. And I think Omaha and Sarpy County and some of those other communities have done a lot also. And I think it is one of the top bases where people do come and serve. But there has to be a limit. There's other parts of the state, I think, who have priorities that would exceed these in my book. They're not going to make Stratcom any more efficient, any more, isn't going to help them do their job. Yes, it's amenity, but I'm not convinced that it's our job to be funding some of these things. And that's what I want people to think of going forward. We have this year, since I've been here, I mean, when I first started here, we had $740 million in our cash reserve. And I remember our spending, I think, was in that 3.5% to 4% range. And there was plenty of money for everybody to spend on the floor. Within a year, that money was gone. And for a number of years, we didn't have any money to the floor. Times were tough. And now, with all the influx of federal dollars, we have too much. We're going to drive up the cost of things. We're going to drive up inflation because we are going to spend, spend, spend. What are our priorities? As a term-limited senator, I'm more than willing to leave some money for the next body to spend, the next governor to decide what their priorities might be. They'll have a good long summer to work on those issues and come up with maybe better ideas that maybe benefit the whole state. I know we've spread money clear across the state, but again, my district, there's no ARPA projects. That's okay. We've been doing things our own way. But we still haven't fixed how we fund our K through 12 education system. And that's one of the things that has eluded me in my 8 years here. And so as we look at priorities, that's my number one priority yet. And we're not going to do it again this year. So I just want people to be aware of what we're dealing with here, where your priorities are, because I think we're going to have lots of opportunities down the road in the next few days as we work on the budget and we work on these transfers and we work on ARPA spending. We're going to have to make some choices on some priorities. And I just want people to make the most informed choice that they can. With that, I will withdraw my amendment, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. AM 2344, 44, excuse me, has been withdrawn. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Friesen, I have AM 2345.
Senator Friesen, recognized, open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, this is my number 2 amendment that I had up there, and it talks about trail development and maintenance. This one too, it doesn't rise to the level that I think it should be at. I know it's just 8.5 million, I believe. But I want to hear some of the discussion on how this is a priority for the state and what it's going to do to help, grow rural Nebraska. I'm familiar with the trail system up there. I have not ridden on it. I don't know how much it's getting used, so I guess I'd like to hear from some people to know exactly what's happening with the trail there, what the investments have been previously, what the real need is. Does this get the trail system totally finished and maintained for the next 20 years? So I'll be listening and waiting for people to have this discussion to see where this is on everybody's priority list. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Moving to discussion on the amendment, Senator Hilkeman.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hilkeman, if I can just interrupt for a second, I forgot to recognize, we've got 29 sixth graders from the Tri-County Schools in DeWitt, Nebraska, Senator Brandt's guests. If those students could please rise, I'd like to welcome you to the Nebraska Legislature. Now, Senator Hilkeman, sorry.
It's always nice to have the kids here. Thank you for being here. Senator Friesen, the $8.3 million is an appropriation to complete the Mopac Trail. This is, the Mopac Trail begins on the Missouri-Iowa border, comes north, comes up to Council Bluffs, a trail called the Wabash Trace, which has been well used and been around for a long period of time, comes to Omaha, and comes down to Lincoln, passes by Senator Clement's home within a few blocks, and then ends up basically at the Nebraska-Kansas border. There's a gap in that trail, about 11 miles, something of that sort, 8 miles of it that have not been completed. Once that is completed, it will be a destination for people to ride from, and will be a huge economic development, not only for the area around Lincoln and Omaha, but it'll bring people in from all across the country. They like challenges, particularly bikers, hikers, and so forth. I'm going to just refer that when I did my bike ride across America, a portion of it was went along the Greater Allegheny Trail. And the Greater Allegheny Trail has been, it follows the railroad track, basically what it does. And that trail, the hundreds, probably thousands of people that I saw in the 2 days that I was on that particular trail, it's very impressive what can happen. I saw train depots that had been converted into ice cream shops, small restaurants, delis. There were a bed and breakfast all the way along the line. In fact, I told Julie one day, that's my wife, when I was on that ride, I said, you know, this is an area where you could come and we could spend a week hiking, biking on these trails. They were well developed, and so that's where we can go if we complete this particular trail. It's been a project that cyclists have been trying to find resources and so forth to get completed for a long time. I brought it forward this year, hoping that we could complete this project and begin moving Nebraska forward. Part of Nebraska is part, and maybe I can get my staffers to bring it down to you. There is a Rails to Trails bike path that's going to go across the entire United States. You may have seen it. It involves some of the Mopac Trail, and then it also involves what's called the Cowboy Trail. And originally in my bill, I wanted to have some money for the Cowboy Trail. That was taken out of the bill. And so the purpose is that we have to invest in these trails to make these trails for the cyclists, hikers, and people who want to take a vacation, for example, and do this type of trek, that they are trails that they want to ride on, to be quite honest with you. If you ever, as a cyclist, I've been down the Wabash Trace many times. There's public money in there. There's also a lot of private money that's been added, and that might very well happen with this project down the line as well, Senator. But it was the bill that I brought. I'm pleased that the Appropriations Committee included it into it. It's an expenditure I think that over the years we're going to find is $8.3 million that completes a project. It completes a project so that we can make that project even better. Many people who are cyclists been up to the Mickelson Trail up in the Black Hills area, the Katy Trail in Missouri. These are actually destination points. And I can see the Mopac being a destination where people will come, they'll camp. The development potential is there, but they have to have the product to come to. And so that's why I brought that bill, and I appreciate the committee listening to that and then making the appropriation into it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Hilkeman. Senator Wayne.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Hilkeman yield to some questions?
Senator Hilkeman, yield, please.
I certainly will.
Can you tell me the difference between LB 813 and LB 981?
LB What's the 981, Senator?
That was the one in front of Natural Resources that was
Oh,
about
yes,
trails.
yes. Okay, the difference on it. Oh, yes, thank you. The difference on that one, Senator, was a bill that I brought. We wanted to set aside $15 million and put it with to establish a trust fund that would provide for ongoing maintenance of all of the trails in the bike trails, hiking trails in the Nebraska area, and it would be been under the Game and Parks Commission. That bill has since been modified. It's actually my priority bill with the modification that came out of the Natural Resources Committee.
Thank you, thank you, Senator. Colleagues, I guess that's kind of what I wanted to talk a little bit about here is process. A bill dealing with trails that actually creates a fund and tries to appropriate dollars goes to natural resources. A bill dealing with trails that appropriates dollars goes to appropriations. I know about this because 1024 went to urban affairs, 1025 went to appropriations. My point is, oftentimes appropriations will appropriate a bill that maybe the committee itself of jurisdiction won't put out. And we as a body need to start thinking about for the long term. Actually, Senator Hansen and I have a bill that's in front of the exec board that will require every program who gets state dollars to come back to the committee of jurisdiction and justify its existence of why that program should exist. And we actually thought about it when we were up on the mountain in Kilimanjaro because of this. I told Senator Hansen that I was going to introduce two bills to go through two different avenues to get appropriations. And I said, it's interesting, nothing against appropriations, but the in-depth knowledge that in urban affairs, Trevor Fitzgerald has when it comes to programming for urban affairs, the in-depth knowledge that legal counsel and those sit on for 4 years in education, same as natural resources, those are the committee of jurisdictions that should be having these conversations, not necessarily appropriations. Because when people go back to appropriate, they say what they're doing well, and people appropriate. I do believe, I've watched the hearings, appropriations ask tough questions, but whether that committee of jurisdiction is actually looking at the whole chess table as it applies to that jurisdiction never gets discussed. It comes to appropriations, and here we are again fighting an uphill battle of whether or not that committee should, or that program should even exist. Tell me, when is the appropriations cut an entire program? Not since I've been here. We've reduced a couple things. But maybe when I was sitting on government, a certain board and commission didn't need as much money or need to exist. Maybe as I'm sitting on urban affairs, middle income housing grant should have to come back before us to really talk about what they're doing and not having a bill that I have to introduce to figure out what they're doing. Maybe the healthcare cash fund, that bill should have went through HHS to have a conversation about what that should really do or really happen. That's what I mean by slowing down and seeing the whole board, because every committee of jurisdiction did not get an opportunity to weigh in on that. What if natural resources may have decided to combine both of these bills and come out with a number of 2.5? Or maybe talk to Game and Parks to figure out how we can create other dollars or leverage other dollars to do those types of things. I don't think that's the appropriations jurisdiction to do that. And when you look at how they're the only ones truly on a time limit every year, maybe we shouldn't be sending bills like this to appropriations. Maybe we need to look at how we do every A bill, and maybe every A bill should go through the bill that it actually is connected to the committee of jurisdiction. That's why I'm asking everybody to take a pause. When we get to 33, keep 18 people up there on the board to say, this isn't going to move forward because we can't see the whole board right now. This should have been in natural resources. Two bills by the same person dealing pretty much with the same topic, two different committees. That's a problem. I'm guilty. I did it on purpose, 1024, 1025. We shouldn't be able to do that as a body. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Wayne. Senator Clements.
Thank you, Mr. President. The trail that we're talking about now goes through my district, and I've been very much aware of it over the last 35 years. when they talk about MOPAC Trail, that's Missouri Pacific Railroad, it went from Omaha to Lincoln. Let's start from Lincoln. Went from Lincoln out to my little town of Elmwood, and then it went on over toward the Platte River and then along the Platte River. And came to Elmwood in 1886. My great-great-grandfather helped get it there. And in 1986, after a flood, the railroad abandoned that rail. And then the bicycle people were able to acquire that railroad right away. And now it's owned by the Natural Resource District. Then the next step was from Omaha down toward the Platte River was the Rock Island Railroad. The Rock Island Railroad went broke, and about the same time in the 1980s, they abandoned that railroad, and that is what you'll see comes down along Highway 50 by Springfield. And Rock Island had a bridge over the Platte River at South Bend, and that bridge survived, and it was rehabilitated, and actually it got some damage in 2019 from the floods, but it's just been restored, and Game & Parks cares for that. But so that gets you from Omaha across the Platte River to the little town of South Bend. But then you have to get to the Missouri Pacific Railroad, and there's an 8-mile gap that would connect these. That's what the trail people are wanting to do. And there's county roads that go from directly, this 322nd Street goes 8 miles from the Platte River up to the little town of Wabash, just north of Elmwood. And the Cass County Commissioners have voted to allow the bike people to build the bike trail in the county right-of-way along the side of the county road for those 8 miles. And the $8 million is expensive for 8 miles of bike trail, but they're going to have to move the road over in places and build some short bike bridges, I think, on some of the small tributaries. And so that's that's what the project is, which does go by my house about a block from my bedroom window. I can see the bikers going by. When they first wanted to make that a bike trail, I was kind of skeptical about it. We thought, oh, we don't want all these troublemakers out here in the country where we have a quiet life. But the troublemakers don't come to the country. The bike people are very cordial. One thing they use, if you ever heard of, they use it for is, if you ever heard of the market-to-market race, they have from the old market in Omaha, they race teams to the Haymarket in Lincoln once a year. And that ends up coming down these trails, but they end up on the county road for 8 miles of that, having to run on gravel, and a lot of it. And so that's what they're wanting to do with this, and having more events like that. There's hundreds and hundreds of people that come
1 minute
doing that race, and they do stop in Elmwood at the gas station, get some water and buy some food, buy some gas. And the people of Cass County the commissioners have been favorable toward it. The bike trail people have been trying to raise the money to do this or find a route. Been trying to find a route. They don't have eminent domain. They would love to go across some farm ground, but I objected to that. And I actually didn't support this connection until I found out that they're able to use the county road right of way. And so I think I am in support of this project. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Clements. Senator Friesen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Hilkeman yield to some questions?
Senator Hilkeman, yield, please. Senator Hilkeman?
Yes.
He's on the phone.
I'm sorry, it's Sprint on the line for me, but anyway, go ahead.
Thank you. Senator Hilkman. So again, in this bill, you're giving money to Game and Parks, right, to finish the trail?
I believe that's correct.
So how much money do the Game and Parks get now to do maintenance on these trails?
The exact dollars that they've never been allocated specific dollars for the maintenance of the bike trails.
We don't appropriate any money to them to maintain any trails?
We've not had a line item appropriation for it, no.
Okay, is this a high priority for Game and Parks, or why didn't they fund it?
Well, this is to finish the project. We also, the other bill that was mentioned by Senator Wayne was another bill that I had brought that was to provide for the ongoing maintenance of our trails.
So if we build this trail, then we're going to have to start providing for ongoing maintenance of these trails?
Well, we're going to have to take better care of it than we've been taking care of them. That's correct.
So, I mean, again, Game and Parks usually maintains their system through users fees and things like that. Is this not the case for bike trails?
There's not, at this point, there are some that, for example, the Wabash Trail has a user's fee that could be added to that. And we had a little discussion with Senator Bostelman on my bill about that possibility. But at this point, there's not a user fee that's included on this. That's correct.
So are we then setting a precedent that we are going to start appropriating money for maintenance down the road?
Well, we want to get it. That was what we were hopeful of doing with my initial bill, the bill I had with natural resources, is that we would establish a fund that would be ongoing for Game and Parks, and and that is actually my priority bill for that. And the agreement that I reached with with natural resources is that for this year that we would try to get a funding of $750,000 into the Game and Parks and then Game and Parks will try to include this in their ongoing down the line. They did not want to set aside a $15 million fund simply for that, for the maintenance of the trails. Now, we're talking about MOPAC. The other thing that's involved in this is also the Cowboy Trail, and there will be, we're getting it passed out, the Rails to Trails Across America, the Trans-American Ride, that we need, if we're going to participate, we've got to have this trail so that it's usable.
So could you, I guess I maybe should have asked this clear in the beginning, who owns this trail and maintains it now, the parts that are completed?
I think it's owned by, I believe it's owned by the state. Senator Clements saying the county? No.
Yeah.
Oh, NRD owns it. Okay.
So does the NRD own and maintain the current trail?
1 minute.
I believe that's correct.
Okay. All right. I thank you, Senator Hilkman. Senator Clements, can I ask you a question?
Senator Clements, you please.
Yes.
Senator Clements, are you familiar with who owns the trail and who maintains it currently?
Yes, the MOPAC from Lincoln to Wabash is Lower Platte South NRD. I believe in Sarpy County it's the Papio, Missouri NRD. And I believe they budget some money for mowing and maintenance.
So then property taxes pay for maintenance of that trail?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Clements. So again, it's interesting to learn some of these combinations, and I know some NRDs have been involved in different trails in the past. And but again, some of these trails now, if we're going to set a precedence, if we're going to have to start looking at a maintenance fund on them, if Game and Parks doesn't put it as a priority, I'm questioning why we would. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Friesen. Senator John Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I appreciate again the conversation on this topic. I don't think I'm in favor of 2345, but I'm still trying to figure out, looking at these papers. Senator Hilkeman came and brought I believe it was 981 to the Natural Resources Committee that Senator Wayne talked about, and having these bills in two different places. And one of the things about that 981 bill, as I think others have mentioned, is it is a maintenance fund that actually I think was closed, and we had to reactivate it as part of that bill. And then we put some money in it to take care of the trail. And so again, the questions that we're talking about here are things about what is our return on investment. And I just had talked to one of our colleagues about the cost per mile of this section, which is we're asking for, I think it's $8.3 million. I'm trying to find it again in here. Here it is. $8.3 million for this section of the Mopac Trail. And I think Senator Clements described, I actually think I have ridden on that stretch there of the trail and the bridge that goes across the Missouri River just south of the I-80 bridge, ridden on that. And but one of the questions, so this is a several 100-mile long cowboy trail in the state of Nebraska. And this section would finish the portion between Omaha and Lincoln. And there's talk about, we had at the committee hearing in Natural Resources talking about a 981, the economic development aspects and value of attractions like the cowboy trail. Certainly, I assume we've all seen pictures of some of those portions. The elevated bridge of the cowboy trail is very picturesque. The World Herald uses it a lot. Nebraska Tourism uses it a lot to show some of the more picturesque portions of Nebraska and ways we try to attract people. And so in this kind of conversation, I think it's important to think about the value added and the leveraging effect that we're having here, where if we can connect the two bigger cities, I think there's probably a good amount of value in the trail there. I mean, of course, I'd like to see the entire trail finished. I don't think that it's likely that I would ride the whole trail, although I would maintain that aspiration, at least for the time being in my life, to be able to do that. Something be nice to do with the kids. But one of the things to make that a potential possibility for me or for any other tourists and people, not just within the state of Nebraska, but people come to Nebraska to do these sorts of things. And some people ride all the way from, I think Senator Hilkeman handed out this Great American Rail to Trail map that goes from maybe Seattle, Washington to Washington, D.C. So Washington to Washington, that'd be pretty good. But it is a potential for tourist attraction. And to finish the whole lengths, the other map he handed out has these big gaps between Omaha and Columbus and Norfolk, and then between Valentine and Gordon is a big unfinished section as well. And to get all the way across, but to finish all that would probably be quite prohibitively expensive. But the question is finishing one small section to connect two major metropolitan areas, which would allow people to ride a large number of people to have a high utilization of it. So I think those are the types of questions and considerations as we consider this amount of money. And again, it's $8.3 million. If we choose to do it now, are we doing it because it brings the most value for that money? It solves this particular problem. It brings a return on our investment. Or, of course, are we providing an essential service to the people in the state of Nebraska that's going to make Nebraska the type of place that more people are going to come to? Those are other questions. So I think it is a high dollar amount for this particular thing, for this section, smaller section of the trail.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. But again, it is the most densely populated area, therefore the part of the trail that's going to get the most use, which then maybe does allow us to find a way to capture revenue related to the trail, which then maybe does allow us to make those further expansions in the trail that then allow us to make even further capturing of value to this trail. And of course, use of the outdoor spaces of the state of Nebraska in other ways, more ways that people aren't currently using, which then make Nebraska more of an attractive place to younger people, people with families, professionals, with the type of people we want to attract to the state of Nebraska. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Erdman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had listened to this bill when it came to appropriations. I live on near a spur highway, which is a highway between two major highways. And several years ago, they had announced that they were going to do the Heartland Expressway, and that would go past my house. It's currently a 2-lane road, and they're going to upgrade that to a 4-lane road. And it's been several years now, but the estimate was that 8 miles of highway was going to cost $8 million. And there's several bridges and land to procure and things like that. 8 million was the estimate. So here today, we're talking about building a trail for $8.3 million for 8 miles. I don't know what kind of trail that's going to be, but obviously it's going to be really, really, really nice, because that's $1 million a mile. And Game and Parks is supposed to maintain it or keep it up. And they have a difficult time doing the maintenance on the properties they currently have. And then we have probably my second favorite agency, Natural Resources Committee. NRD is going to get involved, and they're going to do something creative as well. So I was wondering if Senator Hilkman would yield to a question or two.
Senator Hilkman, yield, please.
I'm here.
Senator Hilkman, tell me about when I think in appropriations they talked about they're going to build a bridge. Do you remember about that conversation?
I do.
And do you remember what the cost of that bridge was?
Not specifically.
Was it in the millions? Do you remember?
That could be a very good possibility.
So does $8.3 million for 8 miles of trail seem exorbitant to you?
It's a lot of money, I'll agree. $1 million a mile.
So what in the world can possibly cost $1 million a mile to create a trail?
Well, I understand that there's drainage issues that need to be dealt with on that project. And there are bridges necessary on it. I'm not an engineer. This was the projection that was given to me by the trail folks that asked me to bring this legislation, that this is the approximate cost. We also had in that bill, as you remember, I had an appropriation to finish out the Cowboy Trail, which did not make the appropriations.
Right. Okay, so if we contribute the 8.3 million and Senator Friesen was going down this road, who will maintain it going forward? Will we have to pass 981, your bill that appropriates money for maintenance of the trails before they can keep it up?
Well, that if it's under the NRDs, the NRDs will continue that. The other bill that I have that for maintenance is more for the Cowboy Trail that we talked that we did not get the expenditure to complete the thing, but more that's under the Nebraska Game and Parks.
Okay. Well, it seems to me that this is an exorbitant amount. Speaking of the Cowboy Trail, I wonder if Senator Brewer will yield to a question or two.
Senator Brewer, yield, please.
I would.
Senator Brewer, are you familiar with the Cowboy Trail?
I rode it twice on a horse.
Okay, so I've been past the Cowboy Trail several times as I go through your district. I've never seen anybody on the Cowboy Trail. How often do you think that trail is used on a daily basis? Is it used daily?
In my trips along the Cowboy Trail, I have not met many. I met one person from Oregon in a car who was lost and driving on the trail instead of Highway 20. But it's used mostly between the smaller towns for people to exercise.
So would you say that if I wanted to travel down the Cowboy Trail, I may have to open several gates that the ranchers have put up because they're grazing it?
You would have several gates, and you would need some tire repair kits.
Okay, so it's not passable very easily with a bicycle if you don't have that green stuff in your tire?
From Gordon to Valentine, that 100 miles there has some challenges.
That's time. Thank you, Senator Urban, Senator Brewer. Senator Mosier.
I was wondering if Senator Stinner would respond to a few questions.
Senator Stinner, would you yield, please?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Senator. So we were having a little discussion before about the percentage increase in the budget. And as I recall, the growth in the budget was about 3.2%.
That is the 2-year average, yes.
Yes. And typically we've been at about 2%.
We actually ended this session on the biennium budget at 2%.
Okay. So, and 1.2% times 5 billion is about 120 million.
Say that again. I'm sorry, Senator.
So the 1.2% increase on a $5 billion budget is about 120 million.
Yes.
Yeah, it's, well, that's what we calculated before. My memory's better than yours, I guess. So I'm kidding, of course. But so how do we pay for all of these projects that we're discussing today if we only had 120 million more in the budget? These items from the cash reserve fund are beyond the budget. They're not included in the 3.2%.
They are part of the budget, but taken one time out of the cash reserve.
Okay. So if we factored that 500 million in there, that would increase the budget by 10%.
That would be an expense. However, if you remember the tax rate review committee time, there was a negative 100 million. We have between forecasts, 2 forecasts that have improved the cash for the floor of 451 million. We have cash for the floor of $451 million as opposed to a negative when we actually left the fiscal year.
So
that's a general funds expenditure, right? 2 things decrease general funds, transfers out, which is, if you looked at the list, is all the governor's proposals. You have one item that I've indicated that we put in from appropriation. That one item is provider rates in the general funds piece. You got 450 some million at the bottom line. What we also did was to make sure that we didn't clog up that and use one-time monies for these items that we're discussing right now, of which, if you actually added it up, 313 million is prisons, Perkins Canal, Star Wars, and a $5 million ask by the governor in his budget. So 200 million was put into one time out of the cash reserve by the Appropriations Committee. That's what the discussion's about.
is the 175 million for the corrections facilities a carryover from the previous year, or is that another amount?
The first part of the biennium, we originally put 115 million into, which was asked by the governor as a start into the capital construction fund. 15 million was then taken out and put into overcrowding fund for prison reforms. So we have 100 million that's sitting in the capital construction fund at the beginning. This 75 million and we took that out of general funds. This 175 is coming out of cash reserve and being placed into the capital construction fund. So you now have 275 million sitting in the capital construction fund, in a cash fund.
1 minute.
Waiting to be appropriated.
So if that money's not spent, does that lapse back into the budget?
If we don't spend it, we can definitely bring it back or designate it to go someplace else.
And overall, you consider this budget to be responsible, conservative budgeting?
In my estimation, it's reflecting the sign of the times, which is the inflation. Your 2 big expenses right now are an adjustment in salaries for government employees, for state employees, and providers that you're asking to do what we're demanded to do by the federal government mandates.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Mosier. Senator Linehan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I love trails. And I am not I'm not a cyclist, so I'm not familiar with the trail that this would go, where exactly this trail is, but I'm very familiar with the area because we frequently go to Schramm Park, which is on the east side of the Platte River, And I have other grandkids who were just this weekend at the Platte River Park, which is on the other side of the river. And the bridge they're talking about is a railroad bridge across that I've never walked across, but I see it when we're down there. Also, if you go up the river, the Platte River to I-80, then you've got Mahoney Park. And then west and north of Mahoney Park, you have the Twin Rivers Park. And then if I understand where the new lake hopefully might go someday, it's on the other side of the Platte River, where almost up to Gretna. So here, I'm all in on park and trails. I love them. My family uses them. I think they're underutilized. I do worry about whether Game and Parks has the funding they need to do these things. I'm wondering if on this $8.3 million a mile, what maybe they could do with the trail for $4.15 million. It's just an idea. I think part of the angst we're hearing today is we have all this money, and we were told early on, if I remember right, and people can correct me if I'm wrong, that if you had a bill in your committee, to go ahead, have your committee do it, which is a lot of work, actually. Somebody's got to write the bill, then you got to get people there to testify. People come testify it. You have a public hearing. And then if we kicked it out, there might be a chance for it to get appropriated, money appropriated to it. I don't think any of the bills from other committees were even looked at. I think that's why we're all going around, wait a minute, $8.3 million? How many of us had bills for 3 or 4 or 5 million that didn't even get looked at? Let alone when we get to, we get past this and there's money on the floor, and the chairman of appropriations is talking about there's going to be 451 million on the floor. Not if we get we've got 3 tax cut bills that have already passed, and they're on select. And if we're going to cut taxes, that's the money we've got to use. So I think maybe this is what I would propose. That we do, the appropriators have done a great job. They've worked really hard. I understand that. But I think maybe we could go back, and these are just some ideas I have. On the provider rates, I understand the state had to increase salaries so we have people at 24-hour facilities. I support that. We need to do that. I understand that other providers that we pay are screaming that are concerned that they can't hire help. But do we have to do 15% in 1 year? Couldn't we do 7.5 and 7.5? I mean, I don't, this money from this cash fund, and Senator Moser asked a very good question. No, it doesn't, if I understand Senator Chairman Stinner's, it doesn't count toward the increase in spending. So I just think we need to, I'll quote my good friend, Senator Pansy Brooks, we need like a little sharing of the wealth here. That's why I think everybody's like, what is going on here? Now, 1 minute. Again, I love trails. I love this area. I think what would really be good is if the Star Wars Committee talked to the bike people, cyclist people, and they figured out how this is all going to work together. Because if we're going to build, I mean, the new lake is like, I think, only a few miles from the trail. And if we're going to have a new lake and then we're going to have a bridge across the river, this is not getting a holistic look. So those would just be my suggestions. Let's go back and maybe skinny down some of these requests in the bill and see if there's not some money left over for some other people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Linehan. Senator Hilkeman.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. I'm going to give you the numbers as were given to me by the people who have doing this project for the Bike Nebraska. This is the 8 miles remaining. The unfinished trail between Lincoln and Omaha will affect the rural towns of South Bend, Wabash, Elmwood. The trail organization is also currently fundraising for this project in collaboration with the Lower Platte NRD and Cass County. The total cost is $8,350,450. Preliminary planning and design is $49,400. Construction, engineering, and environmental is $550,000. The construction breakdown costs are clearing and subgrading the prep for minimum maintenance road is $1,800,000. Here's where the big number comes in. For the grading and drainage for trail along 6 miles of gravel road is $4,845,500. To install the base and crushed aggregate is $1,210,000. The connectors and trailhead amenities are $249,750. The signage and barricades are $25,250. That's the breakdown on the cost for this project. Please don't put the two trails together here. What is in this budget, what is being concerned Senator Friesen is 813, which is the completing the Mopac Trail. I want to let you know that these trails are available for everybody and they're free for everyone. They're free for everyone that wants to choose to use these. You want to put a fee on it, then that'll be that. There goes the free that goes on for that. This, as we have the e-bike explosion happening, these trails are going to be used between Lincoln and Omaha more and more. This will be good for economic development. We cannot expect people to take advantage of these trails if they're not maintained well and if the trail is not complete. This is a project, as Senator Clemens has said, been in the process for a long time of trying to get completed. Let's complete that project. Let's move Nebraska forward. Let's move Nebraska forward. Why do we always have to? It takes dollars to do some of these things, folks. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Mr. Hilkman. Senator Wayne.
Thank you, Mr. President. First time in 6 years, got a little excited. I agree with you. Actually, I like trails. I think the Mopac, I first heard about it was when Senator Brewer, I think, walked it as he prepared for, oh, that was a cowboy trail. I just got corrected. See, didn't even know what trail it was. I don't have a problem with trails. I really don't. I have more problems with the last one than I do with this one. My problem is I can't see the overall picture. I can't see what my overall budget is. I can't see the overall of what we're doing. So that's my number one issue. But I do have a proposal for you, Senator, and I think everybody should listen to this when we talk about construction. Senator, I do have a proposal for you. I figured out how we can save money. I'm going to do an amendment on select file that we take the sand from the Star Wars project, and that'll be your base for your trail. We just saved $1 million. See how simple that is? It's really that simple if we see the whole picture. So think about Star Wars and digging a lake, and we're going to dig down in a very sandy area. I bet you we can sell that sand to Lyman Ritchie or a concrete company for a couple, probably tens of millions. That's how we do business here. This is what I'm trying to get everybody in the body to understand. When we see the whole picture, we can generate wealth for everybody. All right, enough about that. Back to what we're talking about here. So I'm not really supportive of eliminating the whole trail idea. I think we should fund some trails. My problem, as I said before, this current budget proposal on page 4 of the proposed appropriations budget overall, and half of these actually appropriate some funds in this bill with cash transfers. Some of it is just setting up the fund and cash transfers. That's why we have to stop the appropriation process now. because they're all connected. And what I look at is 336.8 million for water and trails. And when I look out here at this same list, I see 0 for economic development for our urban core. That's Lincoln and Omaha. I do see the city of Bellevue. They got $50 million through different projects, and Offutt I'll include in Bellevue. But outside of that, $336.8 million in water and trail projects and 0 for some of the hardest hit areas. You can say you're going to vote yes and move this to the next round, but here's a little question that I've always asked myself. If not now, then when? If not me, if not us, then who? It's really that simple. 17 people just do not have to vote on cloture. That sends a strong message back to the Appropriations Committee that we need to see the entire picture. Okay, here's what's going to happen after the budget. After the budget, 1024 is going to be up, and I'm going to see some red votes up there, and they're going to say, I just don't know how much the overall picture is going to be. I just don't know what all the appropriations is going to be. We haven't had that discussion. I'm not sure what we're doing with the budget. It's going to be all of the excuses that make you comfortable to vote no against our community, but for some reason, we're not comfortable voting no or not voting to stop this budget. The process is flawed. Nobody's fault. It is what it is. You have A bills and committees that supposedly we had a hearing over lunch, and everybody should be saying, Justin, you should be happy. You're one of the few bills that got funded. Kind of. I haven't seen the language yet, but I'm pretty sure the 150 million goes to all census tracts. That means South Sioux City, that means Hastings, that means Grand Island, that means Lincoln. That's not the same thing of what we were proposing in 1024. My point is it's just bigger than just North and South Omaha. This is transformational dollars for the entire state. And we are going piece by piece, trying to put together a puzzle piece without actually looking at what the puzzle looks like. How do we do that? We have a whole bunch of puzzle pieces and we're just going to put them together and hope, because we know this is a flat edge, it's the border, but I don't really know what the puzzle looks like. That's what we're doing here. And everybody will quietly, that I've talked to, and there's more than 17, quietly agree with me. Quietly say, yes, this is kind of flawed. Yes, we should take a pause. Yes, we should figure it out. But I'm still going to let it go to selects.
I apologize. I did not give you a 1 minute warning.
So I still get my 1 minute then, right? We're going to have a dialogue here. And I'm just
Thank you, Senator Wade, for understanding. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Good afternoon, colleagues. I just wanted to respond a little bit to comments about where we could trim some of the budget. So providers that are providing services for disabled or in nursing homes, the people that are working there are making on average about $12 an hour. So a 15% increase would be $1.80 an hour. So we would be taking those people from $12 to $13.80 an hour, which means that their annual income would go from $24,960 to $28,704. Don't worry, they still qualify for SNAP and childcare subsidies because we still are paying them so little that we have to subsidize their pay by giving them those benefits as well. The McDonald's in my neighborhood has posted, we proudly pay $20 an hour. How can we compete with that? $13.80 an hour can't compete with that. We need to be investing in these people. They are a workforce. They are an extremely essential workforce. And all these wonderful transformational projects are fine, but we're missing the important picture of taking care of our vulnerable neighbors, brothers, sisters, children's mothers, fathers. We're not taking care of people first. And we're even suggesting that we take care of them even less. This is not my moral document. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Mosher.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. So in my discussion with Chairman Stinner there, we ran out of time before we got to the end of the discussion, but the cash reserve fund items are not included in the budget. So if you factor those in, the budget increase would be much larger. But Senator Stinner said, rather than put them into the budget and have a big increase, and then next year they would not occur because we wouldn't have the sudden influx of money, then you'd have a negative budget, which would be all the more difficult to manage, or well, not more difficult, but also difficult to manage. So I guess that's why they don't put it into the budget. Nonetheless, in the big picture, though, I think we do have to consider that. Would Senator Clements respond to a question or two?
Senator Clements, would you yield, please? Senator Clements, would you yield, please?
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me.
So I was asking you some questions about some of the items that were in the budget where we gave 20 million for ambulances, or we gave, all these different sums. How is that money spent? How do you control who gets it and whether it's spent for the purposes that we intend it to be?
My understanding is that a state agency, like for the ambulances, would be the Emergency Medical Services Agency, would have people apply for grants. People would apply for a grant. They say they need a new ambulance. They would submit the grant request, and that agency then would score those and award the dollars. Department of Economic Development, there are a lot of different funds that we give them, and Economic Development also puts out notice that people apply for grants. And so the state still does manage the money. We don't just write a $20 million check and let people fight over it. We do have a grant process most of the time.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Mosher. Senator Erdman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, Senator Wayne, didn't get the 1 minute, but it's the way it goes. But we keep talking about Star Wars, and we had a vote earlier, and the amendment was adopted, and they now call it Jedi. And so we need to remove from our memory Star Wars and replace it with Jedi. And you know what I mean? All those guys like Luke Skywalker and all those other people going to be on the committee. So we have a $5 billion budget. I'm just reminded of this by my seatmate, Senator Stinner, or Senator Clements said, we have a $5 million budget, and here we are talking about 8.3 million. I said, yeah, that's right. It's kind of peculiar in a way. But in another way, it's not. And it's because I think it's exorbitant that we spend $8.3 million on a trail. And a comment was made, it's free. And the introducer used the Burke-Haar method of convincing us. He yelled into the microphone like it was going to help us understand it. And we got it. We understand it. But the point is, it is not free. It's not free. Okay? Because the NRD collects property tax, and that's not free. Okay? But in this body, anything that doesn't have an appropriation that comes from the state, we consider that to be free because we, the state, don't have to pay it. But on the other hand, property taxpayers are paying for the trail, for the maintenance of the trail. This land was donated to the NRD, and they no longer pay property tax on this land. So it is not free. because they don't pay property tax. You that live near this trail pay more property tax. It's not free. And Senator Wayne earlier was talking about TIF and how does a golf course meet the but what for? What Senator Wayne doesn't understand is you don't have to qualify or meet any requirements to get TIF. You just do it because there's no penalty for not doing it right. And so I hope Senator Friesen leaves 2345 up because I will vote for that amendment. How much time do I have left, sir?
2 minutes.
Okay, I was hoping when I got to 1 minute, I would give it to Senator Wayne, but oh, there he is. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to give him a little extra time. I yield the rest of my time to Senator Wayne.
Thanks, Senator Urban. Senator Wayne, 1 minute 50.
1 minute 50. So that means I got 50 seconds for you. You interrupt me and tell me 1 minute. Just wanted to make sure I got the rules right. We're almost in the home stretch. Feeling good, feeling loose. Everybody needs to get up, walk around, stretch, make sure you get your blood flowing. So again, what we're talking about today is a trail. I'm not adamantly opposed to the trail. What was interesting is nobody's talked about the reimbursement for tuition expenses for dependent Nebraska State employees for the 6th community college. Thought that was pretty interesting, which I guess everybody supports. But I think it's important that we actually read the language when you start talking about these funds and what they actually do. I don't think you should just take the glossy, or in this case, non-glossy committee report, because oftentimes, you said that pretty loud too. This is going to be an ongoing joke the rest of the day to do that. But what I will say, I think it really is important. Again, colleagues, I'm going to keep asking and reiterating that we go to cloture and we send a message back. In fact, I'll probably file an amendment to recommit to see what kind of vote count we could get, see if we even get 12. Because I think it's important that we understand the overall picture. We're creating a puzzle without knowing what the puzzle looks like. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Wayne. Senator Ben Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. I kind of just want to point out one thing I kind of noticed with just the with AM 2000 with the amendment. It looks like we're creating 7 new cash funds just with this amendment alone, and I didn't know. Would Senator Stinner yield to a question, please?
Senator Stinner, yield, please.
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Senator Stinner. Is that a lot to create in comparison to how many cash funds we do have? Or is it just mainly because we're trying to create the cash fund to house some of this money that with ARPA or with just funds in general?
I didn't understand what your question was when you started or where.
That's fine. We created 7 new cash funds just with the amendment in AM 2000. Is that a lot of cash funds we're creating?
For a short session, it probably is, yes.
Okay. I'm just thinking of in comparison to other years and how many cash funds we have in general. It sounds like, especially in the last 4 years that I've been here, I don't know if we're starting to create a lot of cash funds. It just kind of worries me because if I'm going to be here another 4 years, where these cash funds are going to go, how we're going to fund them, what that's going to do to overall budget. It seems like within the 4 years I've been here, it seems like every year we create more cash funds, and I don't know if that's just a way to get around the general fund. It was just a concern of mine, but I did have a question about the cash funds in general. With the on page 35 of the budget proposal, it says Vets Affairs, Offit, and Stratcom promotion for $5 million. I was hoping maybe you could just elaborate on that just really briefly.
That is what Senator Brewer was talking about, I believe, and the governor actually put it into his budget. And actually, when we create cash funds, sometimes we have to change the cash fund. I think we changed the cash fund on prison overcrowding. That's probably 2 different ones. That actually holds the cash until certain things happen. So maybe 7 in this case isn't that much because we did Stratcom. We changed some of that. Those cash funds had to be changed as a name. So in the 3 bills that are associated with that original Stratcom, created 3 more different cash funds to accommodate this change in bills.
Okay, I think I see that here too. Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Would Senator Wayne yield to a question, please?
Senator Wayne, would you yield, please?
Yes.
I was actually interested in your thoughts on taking all that sand from the lake and put it onto the trail. Where'd you say we should send that to? Who else?
I think we can send it to concrete companies. So sand is a mixture that is used to create cement. So I think we can sell it. I think we got plenty of trails that need to be compacted with good sand. And so I just, we shouldn't just waste anything. We should always try to figure out how to save the taxpayers' money.
What was the name of that company you said?
Lyman Ritchie.
Lyman. I thought you said Lionel Richie.
No, that's easy like Sunday morning. It's different.
I was just making sure.
Now you know
Okay.
why the mountain was so long with me and you.
Okay. I just thank you, Senator Wayne, for that. Appreciate that. Okay. I think as time goes on, I would like to kind of maybe discuss a little bit more about some of those cash funds, but that'll be for another time. Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator Wayne. Your third opportunity, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm looking for somebody about Senator Williams. Will you yield to a question?
Senator Williams, you yield, please.
And it's about your
Absolutely.
It's about your agricultural innovation. Can you tell me, does that require a federal match?
There's the USDA building, which is not part of the thing. The companion building that we're talked about there's no federal match. It's a match raised by private philanthropy.
So in the bill, it says that there's going to be a companion. Do we have to wait for the companion till the money is raised there before we start building, or are we going to build and hope the companion gets built?
If the state is involved, it would be the companion building, not the USDA building. The USDA building is fully funded by Department of Agriculture, Federal Department of Agriculture.
So that's already been appropriated and is it's already been appropriated?
Federal government has appropriated part of the money. The other portion is in their budget. It is yet to be appropriated.
So do we have to do the full 25 now, or can we spread out over time to match the federal government? I guess is my question.
I don't have a good answer to that.
So if we don't do it now, we're not necessarily losing anything because the federal government still hasn't appropriated the final amount to the facility.
The USDA building is a separate project, and that's done with federal dollars on the University of Nebraska Innovation Campus is the location it would be. It would be owned by the federal government. The employees in that would be federal government employees. The companion building is the building that we are proposing with LB 703. That is 25 million of state money and 25 million of private philanthropy.
What I'm just trying to make sure doesn't happen is that what happened with SpaceCom, where we allocated the money and then somehow the federal government doesn't follow through and we just have that money sitting there. Do you have a response to that?
Yes, I do. The personal philanthropy will never happen for that building if the USDA building is not fully approved and in the process of being built.
So can you tell me
And
what
it's
kind
required in LB 703 that the personal philanthropy be raised before the money's paid out from the state.
So can you tell me what kind of jobs will be there? I'm trying to flip through it, but I can't see it right now.
The jobs at the USDA building are 42 research scientists and about 100, give or take, of scientific research staff that will work with the research scientists from the USDA. The employees that will be at the companion building will be Nebraska people doing taking the research that's done from the USDA building and turning that into real world solutions for Nebraska farmers and worldwide farmers.
So will it be just plants or will there be any livestock?
It is, there won't be plants or livestock in the facility except for the portion of the USDA building, 20,000 square feet of greenhouse space. But the research is both plant and livestock.
Okay.
Precision agriculture in both the crop side and the livestock side.
All right, thank you, Senator Williams. So okay, I got some more information there. I really appreciate that information. My problem with this, and there's a couple problems, is we don't have the basic yet. What I mean by that is a veterinarian school, and I'll tell you why that's important. There was a young lady in my district who wanted to go to vet school. And this is literally how I found out about it 2 weeks ago. And if you don't believe me, you can ask Senator Urban. And she wants to go, but she was like, I can't leave my family right now for numerous reasons. And I was like, what do you mean? You should be able to go to Lincoln. And she said, Lincoln doesn't have a vet school. And I said, no, we're an agriculture state. I continue to hear Senator Erdman and all the Western senators say how ag drives everything and livestock and cows are important. And she said, no, look it up. So rather than look it up, I just called Senator Erdman, who is the university expert, and he confirmed that we don't have a veterinary school. So I don't know, I think before we start innovation, we should start with a basic veterinarian school, because I'm pretty sure there's going to be veterinarians at this facility that don't come from our school. That's just weird to me. So I'd rather take this money and start a contingency fund.
It's time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Wayne. Senator Dorn.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. I want to talk a little bit about just what Senator Wayne said there. We don't have a four-year vet school. What the University of Nebraska has, and this came about, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago or so, we have an agreement reached with Iowa State University where we have 25 students a year, and we have the first 2 years here at Lincoln at East Campus. So yes, technically we have a vet school, but it is part of Iowa State and the agreement we reached with them. We tried to reach an agreement with Kansas State. That didn't come about. A lot of kids were going there, but we do have a program here that if you get into the 2-year program in Nebraska, you are guaranteed the final 2 years at Iowa State. That's the agreement we do have with them. So we do have, Nebraska does have, I consider it a vet school. It's just not the 4-year total program in Lincoln. 2 years is here, 2 years will be at Iowa State. Thank you. Yield my time.
Thanks, Senator Dorn. Senator Matt Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll yield my time to Senator Wayne.
Senator Wayne, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Dorn, I do understand that we have a 2-year program. And that was my point, was she didn't want to start here and have to leave to go to Kansas State or Iowa State to finish her career. And my answer to whether we have a vet school or not is kind of like, do you have a real football program if you can't field the varsity? Like, at the end of the day, you have to be able to walk across the stage with University of Nebraska to call yourself a vet school. If it's a program, then it's a program. We have a lot of programs. For example, we have a 3-3 program at Creighton. For example, in high school, I had a program where you can go to you can get part of your nursing or get involved in the health sciences. That doesn't mean that we have technically a doctor program in high school. It doesn't. It's just a program to get you experience. And yes, you can transfer, but I'm just curious why we're not investing in if we are an ag state, we should have a full-blown veterinarian school. It doesn't make sense for us to train people and then send them to Iowa State or Kansas State and hope that they come back. If we're an ag state, let's be an ag state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Wayne. I see no one in the speaking queue. Senator Friesen, you recognize to close on AM 2345.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, everyone, for the good discussion. I know a lot more about the Mopac Trail, and I actually know now who owns it. But Senator Wayne has been bringing up some good points as we talk about how we go out and develop our budget and the process that we use here. And I know it's changed some since I've come here, but we've got a long ways to go to make this to where we're going to have buy-in from the rest of the body, unless we're going to go through this process each time, which I don't feel it's out of line. I mean, we get to talk about different line items that people can bring up. They can talk about it. They can defend it. They can explain what it is. But when we're spending this kind of taxpayer dollars, I think people need to know that we know what we're talking about and where we're appropriating funds to go to. And I personally look at this, and I know we have Highway 81, which we'd like to have 4-lane to Columbus. We're begging for more roads money. We have need for projects out there, and yet if a priority is to spend $8.1 million on bike trails, then so be it. this legislature will do that. But people need to know what we're talking about when we're passing a budget, what is in the appropriations that we're doing, and that's the purpose of today. And with that, I will withdraw my amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
AM 2345 has been withdrawn. Before we proceed, items for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do. Your Committee on Business and Labor, chaired by Senator Ben Hansen, reports LB 1084 to general file, 1083 general file the amendments, 1130 general file amendments. Senator Albright offers LR 331. That'll be laid over. Senator Wayne, an amendment to be printed to Legislative Bill 1024. Mr. President, with respect to 1012, Senator Wayne would move to amend with AM 2360.
Senator Wayne, you recognized to open on your amendment.
This is the standing bill amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is what makes doing budget so hard, because I just did another amendment to change where this goes, but I actually want to vote on this. So I want to vote on this and I'll fix it on select. But what this does is create the Standing Bear Documentary Fund. And this current amendment says it goes to the Nebraska Historical Society to administer the fund to produce a documentary on Standing Bear, Chief Standing Bear. What will happen on LB 1013 is we're actually going to transfer it to the Nebraska Film Office Fund in DED, which is where some current film production is going on. But here's where this came from. If you realize, I actually introduced a bill to deal with Standing Bear Museum. Actually, during our North Omaha testimony, we had a filmmaker come in both to 1025 and 1024 hearings, and how this ties into North Omaha. So I won't tell you the story of Standing Bear because one, it's been said a couple times on this floor, and two, I'd rather have Senator Brewer do it to do more justice than what I would do talking about his culture. But the reality is there was a significant element of the story of Standing Bear that happened in North Omaha. And it happened in Senator McKinney's district, where there was one, him being held, and two, a trial. And there's a historical significance that ties not only North Omaha to Chief Standing Bear, and if you look at that story and that court case, that ties all America. That was the first time ever that a federal court recognized other than a white individual as a human being who deserved due process and rights. That's a fundamental story to who we are as a people, who we are as Nebraskans, and who East Omaha is to East Omaha. That is originally one of the first stories out of East Omaha that dealt with civil rights. And so when I saw the promotion of STRATCOM, and if you think about STRATCOM and the impact STRATCOM had on Omaha and the state, I'll just give you some stuff that has to do nothing with the military. One, when the Offutt decided to build out their networks of copper wire to make sure they can communicate across the country, therefore the world, that copper wire led to a revolution called telemarketing. And that telemarketing happened here in Omaha because Omaha had the bandwidth of copper wire to communicate all across the country and the world. If you look at the economic impact that Offutt had when you talk about soldiers, and if you read about soldiers who were stationed in Offutt and could not buy a house in the West Side School District, who could not buy a house in Regency and had to live in North Omaha, if you look at the Nebraska Black history, you will see that helped fund and stir the pot for the civil rights movement. You can literally tie Offutt to one of the first founding chapters of the NAACP in North Omaha because many, many soldiers actually had to live in North Omaha because they were not even allowed to live in Bellevue and on the base. So when you think about civil rights in North Omaha, you don't just think about African Americans. You have to go as far as back as to Chief Standing Bear. because his struggle was the same struggle century later that African Americans still go through and back then went through for North Omaha. So when I saw the promotional in a film for SAC, and I thought about the bill that I introduced, I thought there's no better time than to have this conversation right now on why we shouldn't match the same, because the impact of STRATCOM and the history of STRATCOM is just as important to not only the country, but to Nebraska, as Chief Standing Bearer is, to not only our community, but to Nebraska and this country. So I'm open to the dialogue of splitting it 2.5 to 2.5. I don't like that idea. I think Senator Brewer has made points about the depths that they're going to have to go through to film the STRATCOM history and the clearances and extra trips they're going to have to take outside of America to get that done. But I would equally tell you that the testimony that came before 1024 and 1025 hearings were about not just doing a film about Standing Bear, but also doing the film in their native language to make sure they don't lose their own culture. To not just talk about it from our perspective of Omaha, but to talk about it from their cultural perspective. So while we are taking time on a bill, and whether it moves here in the way it is or not, I think it's important that if we're going to highlight the benefit of STRATCOM on America, we need to have a conversation about the benefit of Chief Standing Bear on America too. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Wayne. Senator Brewer.
Well, that got up in the queue quick. I want everyone to understand that I do not disagree in any way with Senator Wayne and the importance of Standing Bear and the historical piece of that goes back to where the trial was held and the decision made. The problem is we don't have the extra 5 million unless we, again, have a chance to relook at how some of the dollars are used. We've made the agreement with the other support that we're getting in Omaha to be able to make this special documentary about U.S. STRATCOM. So what I don't want to do is see us split that and not have enough to do either. So if we're going to seriously look at doing both of those, we have to figure out a funding source to do both of them. And I think they are great ideas. I understand that this is kind of new information on the actual executing of a movie on Standing Bear. Anybody who's followed the discussion here on the floor about Standing Bear, how we designated a day for that, and then we decided that we would remove the statue of William Jennings Bryant at our Capitol and replace it with the Standing Bear statue, understands what we've gone through the last few years with Standing Bear. But again, I'm trying to stay focused on the target here, which the governor designated it. The Appropriations Committee designated that 5 million to move forward. And so I'm open for the idea of finding another 5 million. I just don't want to see us take away the ability to execute either of those. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Brewer. Senator Wayne.
Thank you. Everybody got out of the queue. We were having such a fun time earlier, and then we got serious and everybody jumps out the queue. So the way the amendment reads right now, I'll tell you, this is why appropriations is a little hard when you start doing amendments. So 1012 says to the Historical Society, that's not where I wanted to go. I wanted to go to DD, to the Nebraska Film Office Fund. So when I caught up to bill drafting to correct it, they sent the two other ones down for LB 1013 and LB 1011. They are working on the side of me to correct 2360 to make sure that all reads the same. This again goes to my point of, if we pass this one, we're naturally going to pass the next two budget bills because they all go together. You can't change one without the other. This one generally creates the funds. LB 13 or LB 11, 1011 will actually transfer the funds. And so that, again, this is why it's complicated, and this is why we have to see the whole picture. We have to see the whole thing because they all work in unison. It's all one pretty dance, and we just don't know if they're doing the foxtrot or I can't think of another dance right now. My point is, this is a good amendment. I can keep talking about it, but I figured if we're going to just chip away at stuff and spend money on stuff without seeing the whole picture, then let's chip away at some things that benefit all and benefit different parts of the community and benefits different parts of Nebraska. In no way am I trying to take away from the 5 million. Believe it or not, I do think we need to tell the story of Offutt. I do think we need to promote one of our significant assets, but I also believe Chief Standing Bear is one of those same significant assets. So with that, I don't know if anybody else is in the queue to help me figure out this amendment, but that's okay. And I appreciate, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Friesen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Wayne yield to a question?
Senator Wayne, would you yield, please?
Senator Wayne, I kind of missed your opening on this a little bit, but has this idea had a hearing?
Yes, it had a hearing on an ARPA fund where I asked for a museum. And then on 1024 and 1025, our overall North Omaha package had a filming production studio and filming films dealing with significant figures in North Omaha, and this is one of them.
What kind of fiscal note did that have?
The museum, I asked for $100 million, so that didn't go anywhere. But overall, our plan, 1024, we were looking at $4 to $5 million to deal with the filming. So there was two particular films. We were looking at this film in particular with Standing Bear, and we were looking at a civil rights film that dealt with the 66 to 68 riots, basically a celebration of North Omaha and the civil rights movement that we had all the way through the desegregation of OPS in 1996.
Is this something that maybe could be funded with tourism dollars, things like that, or?
Yes, actually, you'll see an amendment from 1024 that there is some tourism dollars out there that may be able to fund that. There actually is a tourism grant for about $3 million that the state applied for that we haven't appropriated outside of everything in the budget. That's not even in our budget that we can budget towards this. This is, again, goes back to why we need to see everything. But yes, there's some tourism dollars. And in fact, locally, we should be able to get some dollars from Douglas County, who has a whole tourism dollar occupation tax.
Okay, thank you, Senator Wayne. So I'm gonna probably be opposed to this amendment. In the past, again, this wouldn't be a priority of mine right now. And I do think things like this probably are better funded with local tourism dollars than appropriations from the state. But again, when we talk about our process here, I appreciate him throwing ideas out because each one of us should, he's had his opportunity to have a hearing and have it out there and see if he can get it included in the bill. We can all do that. The appropriations process should be open to each of us to where we can make sure we have our day in court here, so to speak, to where we see if we can get money appropriated to our projects. In the past, like I said, in my 8 years, I've never had an appropriations bill. I've never been in front of that committee. When I first came here, I did want to be on it. I thought it would be kind of enlightening to learn how that process worked and stay on that one for 2 years before you go off to a committee, so you understand the funding process of the state would help you do a better job on your committee. But again, as we're looking at prioritizing dollars, we've all got priorities out there and what might make the state better. Some of us, it's property taxes. Some of it's going to be income tax relief. To the citizens of Nebraska, what do they want? That's what I'm trying to decipher when we're having these conversations. And I want people to know what we're talking about when we're appropriating dollars. I did not bring an ARPA bill or an appropriations bill this year because, again, being in telecommunications, transportation, we did have a lot of federal funds to work with, so I haven't really needed any appropriations, so to speak. But again, I know there's a lot of good causes out there. But again, where should our priorities be when the state is looking at, from my standpoint, we're seeing a continual slow decline in population in rural Nebraska. We have not funded our K through 12.
1 minute.
what I would call appropriately. Yes, we've tied up a lot of dollars in property tax relief. We have still not addressed ag's huge increase that they had in the 2010, 2012 timeframe, where we had property taxes triple on some ag land. And I know now the residential houses are seeing their property values shoot up 15, 20%. It's going to be interesting to see how the assessors handle some of the increases here in Lincoln when they've been holding back on raising those valuations. So I'm open for a lot more discussion. I know there's more amendments to come yet, and I look forward to having that process work out. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Friesen. Senator John Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I think we have a lot of conversations. Senator Friesen was just talking about everybody gets their chance to be heard and get a hearing and attempt to get their bill or idea into the appropriations bill. And we had this conversation last year. Senator Flood wanted to, I think, add $1 million to arts projects or something along those lines. And we had a whole big conversation, disagreement amongst some people about whether we can add things to the budget or not. And I said at that time, and I know a lot of other people said, that we have to have the ability to make changes to the budget, which includes not just subtraction, but addition and adding projects in, because not all of us sit on the Appropriations Committee. And as I think Chairman Stinner said at some point in this conversation, that the appropriations budget proposal is that, a budget proposal, and that it's now on the floor for all of us to talk about it. So I think it is important to talk about the ideas that maybe we don't think rise to the level of being included in the budget, but also ideas that maybe got missed and maybe should be put in. So I think I appreciate Senator Wayne bringing this amendment, and I see if Senator Wayne would yield to a question.
Senator Wayne, would you yield?
Yes.
Senator Wayne, so this amendment, you were talking about just mechanically how it would work if we choose to fund this program that which would be the documentary film about Standing Bear, we need to have this bill, but this doesn't fund it.
No, I just found out. Just talking to the experts, LB 1011 and LB 1013, since I'm using an existing cash fund, I don't have to create a new cash fund. I can just do it through the existing.
So we don't even actually need this amendment, is what you're telling me now.
Yeah, it kind of messed me up. I was seeing if we would vote on it, but okay, it happens.
Well, I was going to encourage people that by voting for it, they can vote for it, and that's not necessarily making the decision to fund it at this time anyway, right?
Yeah, we're gonna withdraw it here soon a little bit.
Okay, well then that answers my next question. I suppose we don't need to. So we'll take up this issue maybe on the next bill, is what it sounds like, or one of the subsequent bills, about whether this meets a priority or something we want to do ahead of other things. But again, everybody, every question, every program, every allocation of funds, from the largest down to the smallest, is one being pit against another. And the suggestion of funding a film about Chief Standing Bear obviously was not included, but maybe we have the potential to add it in another bill. And I suppose at that point, I would make my determination, but I generally am supportive of the idea based off of the statements I've heard so far. And with that, I'll yield the remainder of my time, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Kavanaugh and Senator Wayne. Senator Linehan, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask if Senator Wayne would yield to some questions.
Senator Wayne, would you yield?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I did not give you a heads up. Didn't we, in the budgets, in one of the budgets when we've been here, didn't we create something at DED for films?
Yes.
Can you explain what that project is? I know it's not your bill. I'm sorry.
I was going to defer to Senator Wishart. I think it was her bill.
Okay, well, I can do that. Senator Wishart, would you yield to question?
Senator Wishart, would you yield?
Yes.
So did we put aside $10 million a year for films in Nebraska in the budget last year?
No, we put 1 million one time.
1 million one time. So we don't have a ongoing film thing.
No.
We do
What
have a
happened to the
film
1
office.
million that we did the one time?
That fund is within DED, and my understanding is there's some films that are coming out that are leveraging those dollars to be filmed here in Nebraska.
You're understanding, but you don't have any exact results of the million.
Yeah, I do. They created a grant program where you could max out at 400,000. And one of the results is there's a film that goes back. It's like a Christmas type of film that's going to be about the Huskers in the 1980s that Tom Osborne is involved in. That's one of the films that will take advantage of this program.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Senator Wishart. I'm having, well, as everybody in here knows, I have a hard time saying no to Senator Wayne, but is it, Senator Wayne, would you yield to a question again?
Senator Wayne, would you yield?
Yes.
I know nothing about the cost of making films. Is $5 million a reasonable number, and where does it come from?
My 5 million came from the SAC 5 million.
Okay, so I need to ask Senator Brewer.
Well, I can answer that question because
Okay.
we had on our mountain trip, we had a filmmaker who told us a lot about how to do these types of films. And
Okay.
part of it is when doing SAC, you're going through a lot of history. You're interviewing a lot of people. Those people aren't necessarily in Omaha. Some of them are worldwide. So there's a lot of expense of just getting to those people. And so for that particular film, that probably isn't too high of a number because of the history.
And the same would hold for one on Standing Bear.
Yes. Actually, the budget for the Standing Bear is about 30 million.
Okay, if you're going to fix whatever we need to fix here, should I yield you the rest of my time?
I have my button pushed.
Okay,
so.
then I'll just give it back to the chair.
Thank you, Senator Linehan, Senator Wayne, and Senator Wishart, the other senator. Senator Arch, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Wayne, I have a question for you, if you would yield.
Senator Wayne, would you yield?
Yes.
I share some of your frustration that you've expressed on not having the whole picture as we're going through this. If this bill does not pass cloture, if it goes 8, how do you envision the future? How would you get your head around the big picture, the whole picture? What would that process look like? What are you thinking about?
Well, I'm glad you said that. One, I think the ARPA funds, and I'll have my light on after you so we can keep talking. The ARPA funds probably won't, all the language won't be out for probably another 4 or 5 days based off of what I heard. But by not passing this bill, we're not actually creating those 7 cash funds. So the other 2 bills, theoretically, we would be transferring cash to caches that don't exist. So it can't happen. So this bill will have to catch up. So we could have conversations and we may even pass other bills, but we're not actually being able to transfer cash to these 7 new cash funds because they're not actually created. So this would have to catch up. So what happens if a bill doesn't pass cloture, particularly this bill, there's 2 options. One, it has to fail cloture 3 times on general fare before it's actually dead. No speaker ever has done that because usually if they don't pass the first time cloture, you probably won't get the votes, but the rule says you have 3 times. Or 2, we can make it a speaker majority major proposal, and the speaker can not only control when it goes on the agenda, but the order of the amendments that he feels is correct to move the body forward. So there's still avenues to do it, but we would have everything to the floor. So what I think on the mainline budget, we have all the data, all the budget, and we start having a broad conversation about the budget. We start figuring out the ARPA as it goes along, and then we have a broad discussion on both budgets and come back. Either way, these bills aren't going to pass for another week and a half, so we have time.
Do you see that happening on the floor, those broad discussions?
I know that in this body, our best and worst deals are done when there's a time crunch. I know on this body, we don't actually make deals until we're having these conversations on the floor, in the corner, trying to figure out how we move 25 ahead. And those are usually the hardest conversations, but often the most productive conversations.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. I yield the balance of my time to Senator Wayne.
Senator Wayne, 2 minutes, 25, and you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. So first, colleagues, let me tell you what happened on here. And so maybe other people don't make the same mistake that I just made and have to figure out you did something wrong. So what I did is I created the Standing Bear Cash Fund. By creating a standing bear cash fund, I have to go into this bill 1012. Well, I don't have to create the standing bear cash fund because DED has the Nebraska Film Office Fund already there. And so if we move this money over there and give them direction and guidance through a legislation saying this will go to the standing bear film, that covers what I'm doing. So since since I don't have to create a standing bear cash fund, I can use the other two bills, the mainline budget and the cash transfer, just to transfer the cash to the existing fund with guidance on where the actually goes. So the lesson learned in my 6th year is if you don't have to create a cash fund, you get to skip one of these 3 budget bills. And that's what happened here. I created a cash fund, but I didn't need to necessarily. There's already a fund set up in DED to do what I'm asking it to do. Now, with that being said, it doesn't take away from the merits of what we're talking about. What I'm not trying to do is take away what Senator Brewer is already proposing for the SAC museum. SAC Strategic Air Command promotional video. I think that is critical. But I do think there are stories to be told in Nebraska that are not being told that we as Nebraskans should be telling. For example, if you read the history in North Omaha about the number of African-American senators who were down here before Senator Chambers, one name was Ricketts. Shocking. He was a Republican. He had major influence. He actually passed Nebraska's first interracial marriage laws. Like, those are forgotten histories that we need to talk about and we need to share. So we should be doing more, and we should be embracing these types of film industries that can happen. There's a company right now who wants to establish in North Omaha. They have a film they want to do. I'm next in the
You're
queue.
on your time, Senator.
Thank you. And they want to move here. They will end up bringing 10 to 20, $100,000 plus jobs. They actually came to one of our presentations or to one of our hearings. And they need about 5,000 square feet of warehouse space to create their studio. They have contracts with ABC and Disney to do production. And they want to do it in North Omaha. They're making and they're not from North Omaha, but they're making a conscious effort so the community can see something different than what they currently see, and they want to be a part of this innovative change. One of the key things to our 1024 plan is we want to be the mecca of entrepreneurship. The mecca of entrepreneurship in the Midwest. And part of that, believe it or not, is film production and technology. When you have startup companies, they are looking to ways to promote and do those things, and it'll naturally feed off of each other. So that's part of the reason why in 1024 and 1025, there was a film aspect of it. We had one individual talk about shooting films already in North Omaha. I'll give you another example. If you don't have Hulu or you don't have Prime, it's called Out of Omaha. You should go watch it. It's about twin brothers who grew up in Omaha and actually ended up in Grand Island. And they still have a concrete company out in Grand Island doing driveways and some things like that. Talking about the Omaha story. There are people who want to do this, and it's a productive, and people make a lot of money doing it. And so there is an opportunity. So this isn't far-fetched. I would love to be able to attach this to 1011 or 1013, move it forward with the Standing Bear. It's a $30 million production, and they're only asking the state to put in $5 million. That's huge for this state. That's huge for this country. But I understand that I did this amendment wrong. So at this time, Speaker Hildreth, Mr. President, I will withdraw my amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. Mr. Clerk, for an amendment.
Mr. President, the next amendment I have to the bill, floor amendment 127 by Senator Wayne.
Senator Wayne, you recognize to open on FA 127.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm pulling up the 15 and 5. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. This is more about process, and I will withdraw this amendment. I understand what Senator Coulterman is trying to do with this type of research. My only reason for putting this amendment is to talk to you about one of the bills that I introduced before. And it's not to pick on Senator Coulterman. I think we should always be looking for innovative ways to do research, especially around healthcare. And I think we should do more about it. But I do want to talk about process because there will be some of us returning next year. And I want people to think about how we don't run into a little bit of these situations. So a couple of years ago, I introduced a bill about diabetes research. And what they found out is if you have a person, well, one, if you can upload your results every time you take them, and you have somebody sitting at a computer, usually a nurse practitioner, and they're watching those results, you actually, in the first 4 to 8 weeks, almost completely lower your A1C to the recommended below 7. And here's the reason why. You can't lie. See, I'm diabetic, and I go to my doctor all the time, and I'm like, yeah, I take my prescriptions every morning and every night, and every weekend I'm supposed to take a shot. I got that too, we're good. But reality, there's a couple days I might not. Wake up a little late, or after a long day, I go over to Billy's and maybe have a drink, and I don't like taking them with, just make my liver bad. But my point is this instant feedback fundamentally changes how you do it. And how do I know? Because at one point, my pharmacist was calling me roughly every month to check in, and I had to upload them. Now, here I am, an attorney. At least, I hope Creighton thinks I'm well-educated. Some of you might not think I'm well-educated in here. I went to Creighton undergrad, Creighton Law School. But at the end of the day, I find myself still not following the regimen. So I introduced a bill to do a pilot program with the Med Center, and Lord and behold, I was in front of the HHS committee. And it didn't get out of committee, of course, because most of my bills don't, because I introduced 75 of them. But this one went to appropriations for pretty much the same kind of thing of starting basically a pilot program or something like that. So will Senator Arch yield to a question?
Senator Arch, would you yield?
Yes.
And I promise not to get you in trouble.
Thank you.
How do you know when a bill should come to your committee versus appropriations? And what do you go through to make sure all the bills that are referred in the executive committee go to the right committee?
Well, as you know, the exec committee refers. So how do I know? They're referred to the committee. On the other hand, the process that we use in our office is every day of those 10 days, those bills are introduced, and my staff and I sit down and go through those, and we kind of highlight and anticipate which bills maybe will be coming to HHS or should be coming to HHS. There's also times that we get bills that we don't think should be coming to HHS, and then we may go, and you and I have had this, where that really should be in urban affairs, or and so then we do some of that as well. But yeah, so it's a matter of the exec board referring, and it's also a matter of us tracking and sometimes convincing that something ought to be re-referred.
Thank you. And that's what we do in our office too in urban affairs. Our council usually sends us a note, and we try to talk among each other and as chairman to figure out where it goes. And my point is oftentimes when there's just an appropriation, we don't get to see it. And when we often argue about whether it should go to our committee, it's a straight line appropriation, so it goes to appropriation. Is Senator Hansen still here? Will he yield to a question?
Which Senator Hansen?
Can I do both at the same time and confuse the transcribers? Okay, I'll go with Senator Ben Hansen.
Senator Ben Hansen, would you yield?
Yes.
Senator Hansen, we kind of talked about this issue of jurisdiction on the mountain. Can you kind of give your side of what you thought?
Oh, okay. I missed part of what you were saying earlier because I was on a phone call. Sorry. About referencing?
Yeah, yes, and about committees of jurisdiction and how maybe they should come back to the original committee. The bill we introduced together?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yes. Sorry. If any of you were on the mountain with Justin and I, this is typically how he communicates. like I'm reading his mind. And so now I understand. Yeah, about referencing and about the idea that when we create a new program,
Yes.
yes. So the idea was that, and that might kind of talk about all the giant book of programs that we have when I was looking at all the cash funds that we have in the state of Nebraska, is that whenever we create a new program, sometimes it just goes to perpetuity, and we just end up spending money on stuff, and we don't really have any recollection or idea of how it's performing. And so the bill that we did introduce, anybody who created a new program, maybe one of these other cash funds as well, would have to come back to the committee that it was referenced to, or that it should be referenced to, and then that committee then decides that it should continue after 5 years, or if they should sunset it. So that way we have some kind of discretion on and idea on how the program is doing, how it is performing, and whether it is a wise spend of the taxpayer dollars or to continue to spend. Is that correct, Senator Wayne? All right.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. And the colleagues, again, I'm not necessarily, I think 5 million is probably correct. I don't have all the data on this. And so on my next time up, I will ask Senator Coulterman to kind of explain a little bit more about this type of research. I know he handed out a pamphlet on it or a statement on it, but since we're talking specifically about this, and then I will ask Senator Arch to tell me a little bit more about or maybe Senator Stinner to tell me a little bit more about the healthcare cash fund, because I don't know a whole lot about it. And I think if we're moving money around, we should talk about it. How much time do I have left?
3 minutes.
Okay. So will Senator Coulterman yield to a question?
Senator Coulterman, would you yield? Senator Coulterman, would you yield?
Yes, I will.
Senator Coulterman, again, I told you earlier, I'm not trying to take this amendment to a vote, but can you, since we're talking about this particular amendment in this section, can you tell us a little bit more about it? The cancer research.
Oh, sure. It's a bill that I brought 4 years ago to do research at the University of Nebraska Medical Center. We appealed to the Board of Regents to set up a pancreatic cancer center of excellence, and figured out what it was going to cost to operate that facility, get it started only, because it's just startup dollars. And so they came back with $15 million from us and $15 million from private monies.
Thank you, Senator Coulterman. Senator Stinner, will you yield to a question?
Senator Stinner, would you yield?
Yes, I will.
I'm just trying to get more information on the healthcare cash fund. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Okay, the healthcare cash fund was set up from the tobacco settlement fund, and there was another fund for the overpayment of Medicaid payments, and then the nursing homes had to pay it back. So there was two funds initially. Those two funds earned interest, and the interest earned from those funds were put into the healthcare cash fund, plus the dollars that came in from the tobacco settlement fund. So there was about $35 to $40 million on an annual basis that comes in from the tobacco settlement fund, plus the earnings. And then that made it available to take out certain expenses as it relates to healthcare. And there's a whole list of what the past legislatures have deemed to be appropriate expenses for them. What has happened over the years, because we haven't used all of the funds, it has built up the corpus of the healthcare cash fund, the tobacco settlement fund that feeds that has built up over a period of time, and now is at about $550 million. So, and I can go on. The Investment Council actually invests this money. They have indicated that we over a long period of time, our expectations are that there'll be around 6% earnings off of this, because it's invested in various different investment vehicles. So if you take 6% times 500 million, you get 30 million, you get 35 million, that's 65 million. You're still within that 50 some million that we were taking out. And in this year, we're going to take out 62. So there should, what I'm trying to say is there should be plenty of funds that flow from the healthcare, from the tobacco settlement fund, plus the tobacco settlement to pay the 62.
That's time, senators. Thank you for opening. Senator Wayne, debate is now open on FA 127. Senator John Kavanaugh, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think my reading of FA 127, I would be opposed to. I appreciate the conversation about the healthcare cash fund, and that's a topic I'd like to hear more about. I think I co-sponsored the underlying bill on this with Senator Coulterman was a co-sponsor. This type of project, I've talked about a couple of times today, just projects in general, and I continue to be appreciative of everyone engaging and talking about the specifics of projects and why they're relevant and why they're important. And I think that is a good topic, and I certainly appreciate Senator Wayne facilitating the conversation about this and making sure that everybody is engaging and talking about this subject. But as it pertains to this, it's $15 million, as Senator Coulterman said, which would that include I think it was $15 million in private investment as well that would go to creating this Center for Excellence in Research. And those are the types of things we have. If you haven't been to UNMC, you should go and check it out. It is an impressive facility. And if you are somebody was in Omaha 25 years ago or is from Omaha, you can see how much growth and investment and creation of economic development that UNMC has led the way on in that part of town. And it's these type of projects, many of them over years, that has led to that sort of investment and growth at UNMC and the jobs and the people that live in Midtown Omaha now in my district and Senator Vargas's district and Senator McDonald's district and Senator Hunt's district and Senator McKinney's district, the areas that are right around UNMC where there's all of these people that are moving into the area that are good paying jobs, high paying jobs, professional researchers and doctors and scientists that are bringing people into the community. And this is an economic development tool. This is a future looking project. This is something that will have a return on its investment. And so it is the type of project that I think checks those boxes. As I'm looking down at my paper, I see as I talked about Senator McDonald's portion of the NC3 and the number of jobs, 400 jobs, 170,000 is the average wage. And that's what we're talking about here, same sort of idea, creating those sorts of facilities that then will create more follow-on jobs. And then, of course, technology, innovation, research, intellectual property that then creates further investment in the state and for more jobs. And these are the types of things that hopefully we can continue to do in the state, and maybe the types of investments we're talking about. We shouldn't spend money just to spend money. We shouldn't do things that we wouldn't otherwise do just because we have the money right now to do it. This is a type of project, as Senator Coulterman said, he's been trying to get done for, I think he said 4 years. That is a project that we were trying to do before we had the money to do it. And of course, now we have the money, and it should be high on our list of things that we can undertake and invest in the future. So I would, I guess, be opposed to FA 127, can support this portion as is. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Mann-Hansen, you recognized?
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. I kind of wanted to rise a little bit again to check back in on the budget. I understand what Senator Wayne is doing, what points he's trying to make on floor amendment 127, so I won't speak to that. I do think that kind of notion of the process, including of what concepts get included in the budget and what concepts have to be kind of standalone appropriations or standalone A bills, is interesting, and frankly one I've struggled with as a legislature in order to get things done effectively in this body. This notion of talking about, in my mind, talking about some of the things that we've created, such as the canal and the Star Wars or Jedi Act, needing to be done through the budget package because the bills have already been advanced. In my mind, many times when we do something like that, that's actually an obligation of the bill itself with its own trailing ale bill. And sure, it might be incumbent upon the Appropriations Committee or incumbent upon the introducer to work with the Appropriations Committee to account for that, to make sure that number works. But I think about all the years in which we literally had any sort of fiscal note was kind of a complete roadblock, complete, veto gate on any sort of appropriations, and how that influenced my tenure. Frankly, had I realized and recognized and I think fully appreciated the amount of work the Appropriations Committee was going to bring forward this year, I would have liked to and could have and should have brought more proposals for them to consider, in the sense that, seeing that some of these individual one-liners that are being created and funding at a high level, and knowing that we have some kind of institutional system or personnel things that could have been funded or could have been improved, and knowing that those hadn't. Sometimes that does go to individual subject matter committees. I had a bill, for example, this year in front of Business and Labor that would have done a number of things to kind of the Meatpacking Bill of Rights and the Meatpacking Bill of Rights Coordinator, which is a statutorily created position. One of the things, though, it would have done was would have required that position could have been a full-time position as opposed to its current half-time position. This is a person created by statute, a position created by statute that has a wide range of duties. In my mind, more than a full-time employee's worth of duties, but is currently only working about half-time at the Department of Labor. They have other duties to make up the rest of their 40 hours. And because that was included with some policy issues, I understand why that got referenced to a standing committee. I don't disagree with that. In retrospect, having known and seen what was going on this year, I should have done what another number of other senators have talked about doing, is kind of splitting the issue and sending a bill to both appropriations and to the standing subject matter committee in order to get, at a minimum, the appropriation for that, and maybe putting aside all of the other policy changes that we wanted. Even going forward, had I wanted to do something with that bill, still having to maybe make it narrowly and narrow it in order to get it out of committee, we will be at a difficulty of still finding a vehicle, still attaching it to a priority bill, attaching it to a package, or doing something to move it forward. As opposed to, had I brought, say, that direct appropriations to the Appropriations Committee, that could have been something I advocated for. Now, in some ways, that doubles our effort, and we see this year where several people are talking about, and I sat through some of the Urban Affairs Committees, several of the Urban Affairs Committee hearings that Senator Wayne talked about, where I knew full well that he was pitching stuff to the Appropriations Committee, but I also was on the subject matter standing committee, and what my role was there and how our role as a standing committee in order to appropriate money was interesting, and was something that I think we kind of ebbs and flows a little bit throughout this body, at least through my 8 years, in terms of how much and when the kind of policy decisions in terms of finances go to the standing committees versus how much are like rote appropriations. Because sometimes creating a new program gets referenced one way or another, and I don't think ever wrongly necessarily, but it does seem to, as we've seen, 1024, 1025, other bills kind of in the same vein, going to two different committees based upon, simple wording in terms of how they appropriate, basically how many or how much distinction is placed on it. With that,
That's time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to rise to talk about the healthcare cash fund a little bit as well. I will not be voting for FA 127. So the healthcare cash fund has been stated a couple of times here, was created out of the Tobacco Settlement Fund, trust fund. And so if you look at our original biennium budget from April of 2021 on page 68, it'll tell you a little bit more about the healthcare cash fund. But the intention of the funds in the healthcare cash fund are to be used to improve health outcomes. So, in my esteem, Senator Coulterman's request to put money towards pancreatic cancer research would be meeting that definition of improving healthcare outcomes. I, as Senator Arch as well, learned from former Senator Sarah Howard the importance of protecting when we're dispersing funds from the healthcare cash fund, because it is supposed to be to a specific need. And we do have more opportunities to address those needs of healthcare outcomes. And I hope that's something that the body in the future can work on. But for this year, this moment in time, I think that Senator Coulterman's request for $15 million for pancreatic cancer research meets every standard that should be required for the healthcare cash fund. So I stand in support of that portion of the underlying bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator McKinney, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise, to speak on this bill. LB 1012 encompasses some bills that I introduced this year, but I wanted to stand up and talk about an editorial that was in Omaha World Herald the other day. It's entitled, "Find a Way to Shut Off the Pipeline That Helps Fill Nebraskan Prisons." Omaha Police Chief Todd Schmatter made an important and provocative statement recently about the value of investing in Nebraska communities as a way to reduce crime and incarceration. "I'd rather have 1,000 jobs strategically placed in the right part of our city to affect poverty," Schmatter told senators last month. "That would reduce violent crime far more than 1,000 police officers. At a time when Nebraska prison systems has become the most overcrowded and fastest growing in America, we should pay attention to Omaha's top law enforcement officer." In a World Herald article last Sunday, reporter Henry Cordes took a detailed look at racial disparities in Nebraska's prison population. He found that Nebraska locks up people of color at a far higher rate than the nation as a whole. And Nebraska's gaps between its low white incarceration rate and high rates of racial minorities are among the widest in the country. Some readers shrugged at those facts, commenting online that this disparity could be easily explained. Maybe people of color are more heavily represented in prison simply because they commit more crimes. Actually, the World Herald story looked at studies about that, and the results aren't definitive. Blacks are more likely to be arrested than whites, for example, though it's not clear whether that's because of higher levels of offending among the Black population or unequal enforcement by police. It's a topic that could be debated a long time. But that wasn't the key issue raised in last week's article. Instead, the story examined what has become a pipeline from certain neighborhoods into the state's prison and jails: multi-generational poverty, a lack of ready jobs, elevated levels of broken families, and school struggles have helped create conditions that make it far more likely that people growing up in those areas would wind up in prison. Cordes reported on a Harvard University study that traced an entire cohort of Americans who were roughly 27 to 32 years old in a 2010 census. Using census and tax records, the researchers determined where those people grew up and what their lives were like in 2010. The analysis showed that a handful of North Omaha neighborhoods produced some of the highest incarceration rates found anywhere in the country. And the 4 census tracts centered on 30th Street and Ames, 20% or more of the males who grew up in those tracts were incarcerated on the day of the 2010 census. Those tracts ranked in the top 250 out of the 73,000 census tracts nationally in terms of male incarceration. Thankfully, individuals can overcome their environments. A majority of kids from those neighborhoods did not wind up in prison, and when Cordes interviewed some of those who had been incarcerated, they took responsibility for their mistakes. But it's indisputable that the circumstances of a young person's upbringing, the prevalence of nearby gangs, and the shortage of positive role models in their lives can lead to those mistakes more likely. That's what Schmatter is getting at. Changing the environment, as hard as that might be to do, is ultimately more of a solution than hiring a lot more police officers to arrest wrongdoers. It just makes sense that having fewer wrongdoers in the first place would be better for Nebraska, reducing the need for costly prisons. Legislative Bill 1024, introduced by Senator Wayne and sponsored by myself, is aimed at improving conditions in North and South Omaha. It would tap $450 million in federal pandemic recovery funds to housing, job training, business development in those areas. The proposal is working its way through the legislature, and I'll finish this when I get back on the mic. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator McKinney. Senator Wayne, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Ben Hansen yield to a question?
Senator Ben Hansen, will you yield?
Yes.
Senator Hansen, on the what I call the mountain, you had talked about an ARPA fund bill that you were going to introduce. Did you introduce it, and what was it?
Was that the debit card one?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I did. I introduced what we called ARPA for the people. And so we introduced this in appropriations. I believe it was LB 1079. It was a kind of a unique way of using the federal funds that we're getting from ARPA. So what would happen is we were asking for 50% of the ARPA funds, which is around $520 some million, to be allocated and dispersed to all of the residents of Nebraska equally in the form of a prepaid debit card. And it was going to come out to somewhere around, I believe, what was it, $256 per person, that they had to use in a Nebraska located business or Nebraska owned business. And so I felt, along with others, that this was one of the best ways that we can actually use this money. That was definitely a one-time ask that went back into the community, that went to the people instead of us spending it. And so half of it could be spent by us in government, and the other half can be spent by the people as they see fit. Because we always had the notion that the people know how best to spend this money for themselves or their family. So a single mother with two children would have almost $750 or $800 to be able to use to spend on groceries in Nebraska, or be able to spend on diapers, which would go a long way. And the reoccurring effect that this would have on the community, I believe even in the grocery industry and the retail industry said that the revenue back to the state, to each community, would be a total of somewhere around $450 million. And I think even the Department of Revenue, I think it was their assessment of our bill, on their fiscal note says about $26 million also. On top of that would go back to the state. So you can see how we have a lot of asks for this money that we can spend for a lot of different things. But it's us deciding which kind of government agency a lot of times that we're going to spend it on, or what kind of government program we're going to spend it on. This is not a government program. This is going back to the people. And so I only thought that fair, especially when a lot of this money that's getting sent to us from the federal government, a lot of people are starting to see the negative effects of that, and that's called inflation. So your loaf of bread that was $2 now is $2.75 or $3. Where everybody knows that gallon of gas is going now. This would help the people deal with those inflationary effects. And so in essence, that's what the bill is about. And so everyone would get a prepaid debit card. You couldn't use it for gambling. You couldn't use it for lottery. You can go to an ATM and cash it out. And you had to use it within a year of when it was activated. So there's a lot of anti-fraud components to this bill. And this is not something new. I believe the state of Hawaii did something like this last year, where they gave residents a prepaid debit card that they could use in restaurants. This was during COVID. And it was a wildly popular program that they decided to do something similar again, I believe, later on. So not something new, but this would be definitely a unique and people-centered approach to spending some of this money. Sorry, I was a little long-winded there.
1 minute.
Anything else you want to add?
That it's a wonderful bill and that we should consider it. But other than that, no.
Will the debit cards have a PIN number, or will it just more like a credit card?
I don't know if they have a PIN number per se, but you have to call it in. If some people remember, I think the federal government gave a stimulus package about a year or two ago where they sent out some of these prepaid debit cards, and you had to call in to activate it. And so that was some of the anti-fraud measures. You had to verify who you were in order to activate it and sign the back of it.
So.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. And with that, I'll yield the rest of my time to the chair.
Thanks, Senator Wayne. Senator Hansen. Senator McKinney, you're recognized.
Thank you, and I'll finish my discussion about this editorial from the World Herald, which is entitled, "Find a Way to Shut Off the Pipeline That Fills Nebraskan Prisons." They state that we're not in position to say that the amount that should be spent on such efforts, nor should anyone think it would be easy to fix deep-seated societal problems. But there's no excuse for failing to try. The alternative is to accept growing numbers of people in prison, swelling the prison population at great costs to Nebraska taxpayers. More tax dollars for police, more taxes for courts and prosecution, more taxes for prison buildings and guards. That's just part of the price for not addressing the conditions that have at least contributed to a high concentration rates of North Omaha, of individuals from North Omaha and other places inside of our prisons. Other ways that Nebraska pays for crime: the cost of victims, a broader sense of fear in the community, the lifelong impact on those who become unemployable after their release, now that they have a criminal past. The path we are on isn't a productive one. It's not good for young people who are lured into a self-destructive lifestyle of crime. It's not good to Nebraskan taxpayers either. But we're not likely to get off that path merely by hiring more police officers and putting more people in prisons. Omaha Police Chief says more jobs, more opportunity, and more hope will go a long way towards changing the conditions that contribute to crime, and we should listen to him. And I agree, we don't need more police. We don't need to raise more felonies. We don't need more offenses. We need to invest. And when we talk about carving things out the budget, I know it's not on this 1012, but I think the number that is set aside technically for the prison should be decreased to zero, because we could use $175 million for Western Nebraska and Eastern Nebraska, which would benefit the whole state. I see no benefit in building a prison when we have individuals that don't want to support reforms. And if we're not going to support reforms, we need to take the prison completely off the table, take the money and actually invest it into Nebraskans. We talk about tax relief. Let's use some of the $175 million for tax relief. Yes, let's use some of the $175 million for DD. Let's use some of the $175 million to the North Omaha plan and other plans other senators have. We should do that. We don't need to build a prison, because even if we were to build a prison, we'll have to build another prison soon as it's put online. We cannot build our way out this problem, and that's something we need to just continue to think about as we go forward, especially once we move on to the debate about the other budget bills. I think it's 1011 that has it in there, or 1013, I can't remember. But that's $175 million that we could use for Nebraskans. We don't need to build a prison. We could use $175 million to invest in Nebraska in every corner of the state. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator McKinney. Senator Wayne, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Friesen yield to a question?
Senator Friesen, would you yield?
Yes, I would.
Senator Friesen, can you tell me about the ARPA funds that you had in your committee?
We had two bills, I guess, that asked for ARPA funding. And what we decided to do was basically just, one of the bills wasn't worthy of moving on, and the other one we funded in a different manner. So we took the ARPA funding away from it and fund it through a grant process.
And you didn't have any, what about budget bills? Do you have any bills with a fiscal notes?
I do have a bill that does have a fiscal note, and I think that was the one call bill that we are going to have a hearing on shortly. That had a $200,000 fiscal note.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Senator Blood, will you yield to a question?
Senator Blood, would you yield?
Yes, I'm happy to yield.
Senator Blood, did you have any budget bills or anything that impacted the budget? Can you tell me a little bit about them?
I did have an ARPA request, one that I'm really disappointed didn't get approved. Do you want to hear about it?
Yes, I do.
So unfortunately, the funding for the research group that was studying the Meade area and the neonicotinoid poisoning in that area only have funding until June. They are researchers that are combined both the Med Center, Nebraska Medicine, and Creighton. And we asked for funds so they could continue the research. What they are doing is they are following the victims, see what types of health issues they have. They want to make sure that the plants, the animals, the people continue to be unaffected, and those that are affected, that we're able to get in front of it. Instead, 10 years later, find out that they have cancers and brain tumors and other maladies. But unfortunately, we were not able to get those funds. And so my fear is much like the fear that we see over and over again here in Nebraska, where the people have become collateral damage. And we wait until it's an issue before we try to fund it, which only costs taxpayers more. So I was actually quite disappointed, kind of hoping we could find some money somewhere in the budget to maybe keep it moving forward. I know Senator Bossman has a bill and opportunity to do this as well. That's already out onto the floor. So I really am hoping that we can find some way to keep it moving.
And what was the fiscal note on that?
I think we asked for 10 million, but we could have done with 7 million.
And how many people could that have potentially impacted?
Anybody who wanted to participate in that area.
Thank you, Senator Blood.
Mhm.
Colleagues, part of the reason why I'm asking questions about ARPA and budget is because I really understand that there were a lot of budget and ARPA requests, and there's no easy way to say no to many of the requests. And that's kind of, I mean, we used to use legislative counsel to kind of get information about things, but that's kind of where we as a body should figure out a matrix or figure out priorities for the body. The one thing that I knew for the last 4 years, up until 1107 passed, was property tax relief was a major issue. I do recall that at one point there were 4 or 5 different property tax bills, and the property tax bills introducers couldn't agree on which property tax bill or how to move forward. And then later on, everybody moved forward. But if you'll recall how 1107, which I figure was one of our, as a body, one of our biggest changes or passages of a bill that I think arguably dollar-wise was super significant, as we have $1 billion in property tax relief now, how that moved forward. The first 2 times it failed. And it wasn't until the 3rd time that we moved everything jointly that it moved forward. And I hope we have the courage to do the same thing when it comes to the budget bills, is to demand that we all see the whole chess puzzle, or see the whole puzzle in front of us, and move everything forward together. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Wayne, Senator Blood, and Senator Friesens. Senator Wayne, seeing no one else in the queue, recognize to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, again, we're going to be here for a little bit. I am going to withdraw my next amendment, and then I think I have one more after that, which actually I want to get a vote on. And then I believe Senator Friesen has a couple amendments after that. And then I'm probably will have a motion to recommit put up if I can't get my other amendment coming here. And I'll tell you, there's 2 amendments that I'm looking at that I want votes on. So I'm a signal ahead of time for those who may be impacted. Is one, I want to reduce the $50 million for irrigation districts down to $25 million. I think a $50 million spend, or at least break it up over a couple years, maybe a lot to do in 1 year. The other one is on page 14, when we're talking about the internships programs. You notice on page 14, there is some limiting language on lines 27 to 30 that says the Department of Economic or any entity which the department contracts with may use up to 5% of any appropriation to carry out sections, et cetera. But you also look at line 14 through 16 that says the department may enter into a contract. And so I want to have some clarifying languages if that 5% is applying to all of it. And if it does apply to all of it, then maybe anybody or any entity that we contract out within our budget maybe we should keep all of those administrative costs down to 5%. So we'll have some conversations about that. If it's good for DED, it's good for whoever else we deal with. And with that, I'll withdraw FA 127. Thank you.
Amendments withdrawn. Mr. Clerk, for an amendment.
Senator Wayne, I understand you want to withdraw